No, 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 no! Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show. So our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Alan Huffman, Amigos Retro Gamer, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Weasler, Ciaren Anscomb, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leighty, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Uland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, Tom Heron, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world. CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the
I don't see any.
I see stuff on Twitch and YouTube.
No.
Frick
No
you,
free-
oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
This show's better without sound.
All right, how about this? Testing 1, testies 2. So OBS
Two over.
and whatnot. Anyways, yeah, we're here. It is episode 230. I was talking. Nobody could hear what I was saying, and that's probably for the best. So we'll just go back to saying hi to who's in the live audience right now. So Exile in Paradise, Kevin Holloway, and Sloopy Malibu, and Jim Rye, and Tom Eric Gunderson, and Mikey, and David Craker, and Rocky Hill, and Jim Rye, and Mikey, and Kevin Holloway, and Rocky, and Mikey, and Jim Rye, and Kevin Holloway, and Mikey, and Jim Rye, and Exile in Paradise. Okay, so there we go. So there's who's watching us live, and yes, because spontaneous device changes and Windows make OBS not see my microphone, you didn't hear anything I said, and that's okay. And that's okay. So we're here. I was also mentioning this is going to be a very brief show today. It's been a slow news week, so we're thinking 9 hours. We can power through this show very quickly this week. All right, so now you're all caught up, and here we are, and good night, everybody. All right, and that never gets old either. All right, so on the panel today, we have Mark Bosley. Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Thank you for doing the show last week, for always being our backup.
It was just a short little show, you know.
Yeah. See, Mark, what you have to realize is the guy who streams the show has the power. You have the power to tell Curtis to shut the hell up. And, hey, guys, I'm going to end this show in 20 minutes, so wrap it up. You have that kind of power. So don't
It was interesting.
But, yes, good show. Thanks for doing that, guys, while we were away on vacay. Great interview too. I just finished listening to the interview last night. Oh my God, that guy is, man, what a career. What a man. It's just like if I could have done 2 of the things this guy did, you know, it makes me feel like a huge underachiever. Speaking of underachievers, Mark Overholzer is here today. Hey, Mark.
Hey there. Yeah, you got me dialed in. I thought it was an interesting show too. So, you know, I was. Anyway.
And my snuggle buddy from last weekend, the internet's own Grant Leighty's with us. Hey there, honey.
Oh, gosh.
Listen, what happens on Discord stays on Discord. But let's just say Sunday night on Discord was a hoot. Our last night of the event. So Greg is with us. Hey, Greg. The new host of the Game On Challenge, and it's in our contract, we have to have a certain level of Canadians in here. So Ken Waters, also known as Canadian Retro Things, is here. How you doing, Ken?
I am doing good.
We are going to have to work on a soundbite for you. You got to find something.
Okay.
We got
Waters World.
Yes.
Unless you would just want to legally change your name to Nick Marotta.
Yeah,
maybe we
you
could do that too.
That might be easier.
We got a guy who's in Arizona. He's got a garage. It's none other than Ron Delvaux.
Hello, everybody.
A guy who can take news and make it last forever. Curtis Boyle is here. Hey, Curtis.
Hello, everyone. And yes, that was an interesting interview. And I'm having the same problem you are, Stevie, where I'm feeling just inept and useless compared to all these guests here. So I'm not going to book anymore because my ego's too fragile.
What I was thinking about as I was listening to it last night, towards the end, you were talking about, how are you guys making money and advertising and promoting and whatnot. And I was thinking, dude, we need to run commercials for sci-fi.radio. So I need to reach out and throw that offer on the table. If they want to record something for us, I'd happily run that spot on a weekly basis. I am going to put it in our little slideshow, so it's just rotating on our little thing on the bottom. But yeah, I definitely want to make sure what a great radio station, what a great content for sci-fi geeks. The amount of content that's on there 24 hours a day for free. Yeah. Great resource.
And then the Venn diagram between sci-fi radio audience and CoCoTALK people is a pretty large crossover.
Absolutely. So, so great interview. I'm definitely going to add the app and be listening to sci-fi radio in my car. And as I'm commuting about, I'm still listening to Glenn Dahlgren's audiobook right now, The Child of Chaos. Man, what a great story so far. I'm on chapter 17. It's great listening. It's kind of hard to stop listening to. So I'm looking forward to I don't want it to end, but I am looking forward to see how it ends. And then I'll also have to get a second book on audiobook, which is...
We should also mention our guest that was to be featured this week, Brian Weasler, got called away for work. So we're postponing his interview. We haven't rebooked it yet.
I believe it was an intervention that had happened to Brian. The
Porter's got a hold
of him and said he had what we like to call a problem. So you're working.
So the only problem I have is I can't get enough semis to haul all this stuff.
Right. So Mikey says, "Game on from Ken's Retro Cabin." Okay. Hello, everybody, and Mr. Dave is here. Hey, Dave. Ken Waters. It doesn't have the same. Let's try that though. It's like you do Nick Marotta. Okay. Ken Waters. It doesn't just. I don't know. It doesn't flow as well, but we'll work on that. Good try there, Kevin. Also, you've seen him at PenFest 99 and 2000. You've seen him at Hamcation. We saw him last weekend at VCF Midwest. Jason, the CoCo Man Reichert is here. Hello, Jason.
Hello. And you said earlier we have an audience?
we keep trying to get rid of them, but it just doesn't work.
Yes. Apparently, as we continue to lower the quality bar on the show, you would think 6 hours people would have tuned out, but we had like 289 views on that episode. It's like, really? All right, you guys are gluttons for punishment, but God bless you.
I think the induced comas we cause is probably creating a bigger audience because they just never wake up and just keep listening.
I hear we're really big in the insomniac community.
Absolutely. Rick Uland is here. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Howdy, y'all.
We have an Apple guy. That's Marco. We also have an Atari guy. Sloopy Malibu is here. Hey, Sloopy.
Greetings, Steve.
Good to see you. Oh, look at that shirt. I just got that shirt, too. Oh, and Missy's got hers, too. There we go. His and hers swag. All right. Looking good. All right. I like that. Looks good. Thanks for being here, Sloopy. We have Alan Murphy, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, Earth.
Oh, okay. So Mikey's saying that Stevie obviously doesn't watch Canadian retro things where Ken's retro cabin was featured. Yeah, obviously I don't. Sorry. I'm clueless. Yes. Do you have a cabin, Ken?
Yeah, I'm building I'm restoring an old log cabin that
cool.
I've done a couple of videos about.
Oh, neat.
My ultimate retro project.
I've had some of that syrup. It's pretty good.
Put it in your standard rotation of clothes.
Yeah, and you're not on mute there, Sloopy. Exile in Paradise is here. Alan Murphy, how you doing, Alan?
All good here. Howdy, Earth.
Howdy. And we just been joined by the Thunder from Down Under. Nicholas Marentes is here. Hello, Nick. Good day.
Good day, everyone. I just woke up, so I'm a little bit slow.
All right, that's all right.
That has nothing to do with the sleep and waking up there.
Just in time. David Ladd is here. David, are you excited to be here?
Why, hello, everyone. I hope everybody's ready for today's show.
Oh, my goodness. The show is good now that you are here. David, thank you for joining
Are
us.
Nick and Dave snuggle bunnies because they both just woke up? They're both a little bit low on the energy level here. This is a Grant and Stevie thing all over again. What is this?
No. Can't be right because I actually did sleep.
Nick, you should know that so well.
And Jim Gerrie's out there in the live chat. Hey, Jim Gerrie. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all. Marco, I noticed you have the OS2 logo. Did you see the picture I posted of the guy?
do.
Did you see the picture of the guy I posted from VCF that had the OS2 embroidered jacket?
Yeah, he had the jacket.
I was so
and all
jealous
the
of that because I
swag.
saw that. I go, dude. Is that original or did you have that made? He goes, no, that was an original thing. So
IBM had some good swag.
Yeah. So it was embroidered on the denim jacket of the OS2 logo on the back, and he was totally decked out in OS2 regalia. So cool stuff. All right, we're here. The show has begun. Ron Delvaux. The thing we talked about. Should we do that before we do anything else?
That's up to you. You're the
no. I think as we're talking about panel introductions, it's probably a good time to do that. Is there anything you want to say before we get into that?
Well, my buddy pal over here, Paul Barton, has passed, and he was 76 years old. I went to his celebration of life Friday. It was good. I got to talk at it. I mentioned our group, mentioned how he had a love for the color computer and for doing the inner workings of the computer and talking to me about things that he did. It was pretty cool. I saw him on Saturday, and before Saturday he had me go and get all of his computer stuff. He didn't want it to stay at home. He said, I want it to go back to you. I had given him a Color Computer 3 and a Color Computer 2. And because when I first met him, he just got into the CoCo again, but he was doing an emulator. He didn't really have any hardware. So I gave him a CoCo 3. I gave him a CoCo 2. And then CM8 was out the door. So he'd be like everybody else. And we had a 3 or 4 year time of going back and forth to each other's house. We went out to eat. We went to the airport and saw a bunch of historic airplanes. We went and did that together. We did a bunch of things together. We had a lot of time together. He would explain to me while he's working on his computer, what he was doing with his hard drive and making he had an RS-232 program pack he made, and it went pretty quick. He was real happy with it. And he would tell me, the technical aspects of it, which was a little hard to understand. And I'd ask him, okay, dumb it down. And then he'd dumb it down. And then I go, okay, I don't think you're not in the basement yet. Because, he talked in hex or binary, and he did machine programming, and he was smart. He was a genius. He really was. And I miss him. He was a nice guy. He actually made bikes for people, the homeless people that didn't have any way to get anywhere. He would buy parts. He would get donated parts. He would make a bike up from nothing. He even had a little welder. He'd weld parts together. He'd do all kinds of things with bikes and give them to people. And some of those people who were receiving bikes came to the celebration of life and were very thankful for what he did. Wow. It was cool. And
that's very cool.
He also had he liked muzzle loaders. He had a bunch of guns. And then he also made dulcimers from scratch, from wood. He would buy pieces of wood and make dulcimer. Dulcimers are kind of like a strange looking guitar.
Yeah. Okay.
They're a little weird, but very, very cool looking objects. They sounded great. So, he was an all around guy. He had many talents, and, it started off, he had a hip problem. It was hurting. So he went and got it looked at, and they found out he had cancer in his hip.
Oh man.
So he had radiation, which helped, and then he was on chemo for it, and it basically got him down to where his kidneys stopped working. He got weak. He had another kind of disease in between, and I can't remember the name of it, but it all made him so weak, and he just deteriorated, and he got to the point where he wound up in hospice. On Saturday, I saw him last Saturday and talked to him. He was happy I got his stuff. I showed him pictures of his computers that I picked up, and I cleaned up some, and he had a desktop that he got from Roger Taylor. It's a desktop PC case with a Color Computer 3 in it, and he said he really didn't get it working yet. I guess he paid like $100 for it quite a while ago, and so I got that up and running, and I showed it to him, and he was happy. We talked about his life and the fact that he was born in a hospital in California, and now he's in the hospital, and this is toward the end, and he said that he felt bad for leaving his wife and all, but he really wished that he could stay, but it just didn't work out. It's one of those things. Poor guy.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people here knew of him. I knew of him back in the late '90s when he had his Zilla.
CocoZilla and IDZilla and all the rest of the Zillas.
I read it, I didn't understand a lot of it, but I thought it was cool that, he could make a complete CoCo 3, and that he had, made all these upgrades. And then later on, when I moved to Arizona here, I looked him up again one day, and I saw that he lived in Mesa, and I thought, oh, that's not far away. I'll go, call him. So I called him, and he goes, yeah, let's get together. So that's what started it. So So, Curtis, you probably have something to contribute, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've never met him in person, but I mean, in the mid 90s, late 90s, he was active on the CoCo list and stuff. And of course he was making, well, he showed off IDzilla and CoCoZilla, all these, breadboard prototype type projects. And then he started making the no-can upgrades. And I actually purchased a no-can 3 off of him, which is a 4 megahertz turbo, a 16550 serial chip, 2 meg of RAM. I can't remember what else was on there, but basically a whole bunch of hardware on one board. It's kind of like the super board that Mark Marlette has proposed. It's the closest actually to manufacturing anything's gotten to that. And Robert Galt helped him do the drivers for it. I did some testing on it on nitrous 9 for him and stuff. Unfortunately, my CoCo 3 in particular, he never could get it to work, the turbo, because every CoCo's got its own unique hardware personality. And I'd actually set the machine down to him to see if he could figure it out, because Bill and I couldn't. And he tried. He said, "Nope, yours is the only CoCo I've seen that does this, but it just will not work with the turbo mode." So I never got to run the 4 megahertz CoCo 3, unfortunately, at that time. But yeah, we talked on and off over the years. Now, he did have some GeoCities website way back in the day where he actually had pictures up, and he actually did duplicate it after GeoCities shut down. Now, unfortunately, as Ron knows, something happened to that set of pages, and now you can get random porn pop-ups and all kinds of crap on it. So I've tried to load just the main front end of it. So if you people are not offended by that kind of stuff, if it just uncontrollably throws up in you, you can go to this page and then click on the links, because he's actually got basically all of his projects are on there. I will just show you the header page because I don't want to have a sudden pop-up porn link show up on the live stream here. So, but I'll show you just to kind of show you an idea of what he actually did. If I can share the screen here.
We should probably scrape his site and clean it up.
I was going to make a public request for that because I don't have time to do it, but we should actually get his entire site duplicate off and then strip all the crap out. Because there's a lot of interesting stuff in there that should not be lost.
Yeah, go ahead and share.
Then when you're done, I want to show the memorial page.
Okay. CoCoZilla. Okay.
Yeah, so CoCoZilla's original, it's a very large board. Like it's probably 2 to 3 times at least the size of a regular CoCo 3 board. We basically duplicated the entire CoCo 3 hardware on this board and actually had it fully running as a 2 meg machine. The no-can 2 is the original 2 megabyte for the turbo mode, the parallel port. I forgot parallel ports on the 21650 serial. The no-can 3 was when he bumped it up to 8 meg, and then he later did some 64 meg stuff that Robert Galt also were drivers for that, so you can actually run a 62 meg RAM drive on your CoCo 3, which is pretty awesome. Takes a while to load, I should say. He also did multiple IDE stuff. My favorite of those is actually did the Pocket ID, which is a little ID controller. Now, if you've taken apart a CoCo 3, there's that gap underneath between the circuit board and the bottom of the case. You actually fit the ID controller so it was internal, wired it in so that your cartridge port's still free, and it would actually run your ID drives without having to have anything external at all except for the drive itself. Or if you had a small enough drive, like a 2.5 inch, you could even fit that inside the case too. So it was a completely self-contained unit. And I don't know, did you inherit that, Ron?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
He has a working CoCo 3 with 8 megabyte on it, not 64. I don't know that he still has a 64 anywhere.
Okay. And then MFM, that's the old MFM hard drive standard. So that's the stuff like Burke and Burke used to support. So it's basically a duplicate of that. He did a 512K that actually has the complete schematic on there. Of course, he was well familiar with Nitrous 9 because he did a lot of the driver stuff for that. There's the PLCC version. This is the square chip. It looks like a mini gimme, a version of the 6309. And he actually made the little adapter board so you could take one of those chips if you had those instead of the regular dip packaging ones and actually just plug it into the socket, and Wally could use those chips as well. So he's got the complete schematic for that on there. The memory tests, like I mentioned before, there's Robert Galt wrote a bunch of memory tests and video tests and stuff here for the 8, 32, 16, 64 meg upgrades. High density floppy, that's modifications to the 26022. David Ladd could probably speak more to that, but basically it's how to modify it to run with full high density disks, 1.2 meg and 1.44 meg disks. Some stuff on 30-pin SIMs, because that's what the original no-can upgrades used for the bigger RAM upgrades. A whole bunch of upgrades for the MPI, the various different models of the MPI to get them to run properly with the CoCo 3 with all that ghosting crap that sometimes causes problems and hardware corruption and stuff like that. So he's actually told you basically with schematics and stuff how to upgrade all of those. Then a CGA adapter for the CoCo 2, which actually I've not seen. So I don't know if you got that one there, Ron, or if he still had that.
No.
and then 64 meg. Like I said, I'm not going to actually click on these links because I did try that before the show, and sometimes it comes up clean enough that it's a little ad on the bottom that I can scroll off past, but sometimes it does a whole whack load of pop-ups and you're into porn land, so I'm not going to click on them. But if anybody here has the capability of site sucking all the cross links, all the images and everything else, and create a new version that we can put up as a memorial page, I would absolutely love that. So hopefully somebody in our audience or on the panel is capable of doing that.
When we go to his memorial page that I made, he did have another site that was more recent, and I'll show a couple of pages from that.
Okay. Well, I've shown everything I was going to show there because, like I said, I can't click on them without.
Right. You want to go ahead and do that, Ron?
Okay, I'll share. Share. You see?
Okay. Yep. Michael Furman says he could work on that. So if you want to send Mikey the link, Curtis.
Okay. This is him at my house at the top there.
Usually we joke about the number of Facebook groups you have, Ron, but in this case here, this was a great thing you're doing.
This is a good one.
Yeah,
you get a pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. He gave me this board, and I don't know how I acquired it, but that board is a 512K. He put it in. He desoldered the processor and put in a 6309 on this particular one at that time. He did that for 2, 3, 4 of my computers. He wouldn't take anything for it. He just wanted to do it. He loved to work on the computer. It didn't matter. This was the card that they had at the Celebration of Life, and it showed what they were going to talk about. It was a different picture of him. There's not a whole lot of pictures of him anywhere.
Actually, Ron, if you go back earlier into the pages on the website that I just showed, he's actually got pictures of him like before he even had his beard when he was still working at Tektronix.
Oh, geez, yeah. Now I have I have the picture of that. I have his card from when he worked at Tektronix. Anyway, on this
I loved his wiring that he did.
Yeah,
all the different color wires. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually pulled from his site this particular one and had him talking at the top there about what this particular thing was. And then Roger Taylor was all excited when I told him that he was sick and didn't look good, and so he says, I have some things I'll post, and he went and looked this up and found stuff that Paul had done for him back in the day.
Wow.
And this is me and him at the restaurant in town here.
Nice.
And then this is his wife, Sue, and their dog. He loved his dog. And then Terry Steggy, I think, posted, where is this here? This here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this is from his newer page. It's his love of muzzle loaders, and he's got pictures of all those guns and things that he's put together. He made some himself.
Wow.
And then the bicycles that he's done. That's a link you can go see. And this is his computer basically when I picked it up.
Yep, that's typical Paul Barton computers. All, right. All of this stuff.
It is like a multi-layer technology sandwich going on there.
That'll clean up.
Yeah, the only difference between that one and the stuff he had back in the 90s is that ones in the 90s he had in big PC tower cases hanging on the side.
Yeah, this is a keyboard he made because his keyboard went bad. And he had some kind of a patch cable on it, and it would work, but it would, short out and stop. And so he made this one. This has switches in it, and he rewired it, and he had little stickers on the keys to show how he changed them. He remapped it to what he liked. And so when I took it home, I had to unplug everything. He has a power supply over here. There's a hard drive right there. He had 2 hard drives hooked up.
Click on the picture, make it bigger.
Hey, click on the picture. Zoom it up, Ron.
He had a Y cable. I gave him the Y cable.
That's like a CoCo SDC
this is the
right there.
Monitor he had. He put speakers up on it. He has this. The power supply had to be hacked so that it'll come on because you have to have something. You have to give it a signal.
Yeah. Yeah.
and he had that figured out. He also added, if you see here, a
extra cooling,
two of them.
Heat distribution. Looks like he's got a fan there blowing on it too.
He's got a clip on it holding it on, and then he had one in the back. Because look at all this stuff.
I'm looking there. He's got several. He doesn't just have like a satellite board on it. He's got multiple layers of stuff.
It's like a layer cake of technology, man.
I don't even know what this is here.
God, the poor regulator.
And then he's got a hard drive controller that he made for the hard drives, and I think that's out here. And he used OS 9. He had his own version of OS 9 that would. He told me, I got the hard drives working. I said, great. I said, how long does it take to format them? He goes, well, a few hours. He said he would go to bed and then get up the next day and it would be formatted. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I remember those days.
Oh.
Yeah. And here he is in his kilt. He took a picture of himself in the mirror in the bedroom, evidently. And then here's some of his, he had a license to make these, what do you call them?
The CAD files or whatever?
The CAD files. All right. So, and he ran out of time on his ability to make new ones. Okay, so he had a computer on his desk that he'd have to set the time back so that he can continue to make new ones, because if it
was going to expire,
the license expired.
Yeah, exactly. So he
kept resetting the clock.
Yeah, he had to keep the clock reset back a year or two.
Yeah, the opposite of that is whenever back in the day when you had time lapse software, is you would just set your time 10 years in the future when you installed it, and then set your time back to the present, so it would last a long time that way.
And this is what he was. He would program this lattice chip. He had a bunch of those. Still had a bunch of those.
Oh.
This is 8 meg.
There you go. There's his.
And this is him back in the day, and that's his. He had that on the wall. Yeah.
That is so
cool. And he replaced the Three Musketeers with this.
Yeah, the Control-Alt-Reset did that picture instead.
Yep. And he also had a Barton or a Simpsons one.
Bart Simpson. Yeah.
Yeah. Here he is working with this thing in my house. Yeah.
That's Paul Barton in his natural environment.
Yeah. Just a hacker till the end.
And
look at those magnifiers.
Sue looked at me and she goes, "Do you want these?" And I go, and she goes, "No, you know what? I'll keep them, use them for sewing." I go, "Good, I didn't have to say." Because I'm not quite that nerdy, actually. And here are pictures. And now this is what I got from him, okay? This is his machine. I showed him this picture on Saturday because I had gotten this like Wednesday before. And what I did was I put a piece of cardboard in here and taped it and put the cover back on. I took off the one heat sink because I didn't have all the hard drives stuck on it. And this is his keyboard that he made. And I said, I have this. He bought this. He upgraded it to a 6309. Same with this one. This is a T2 CoCo, 27B. And this is Roger Taylor's machine he bought from him. And the thing was, there's a piece of wood here that has the 4 inputs for the, the joysticks and the, your printer and all. And those were actually one long stick, and you couldn't put anything in on the side of the motherboard, like a drive controller or anything, because there wasn't any room. So I wound up cutting it in half and moving it and making it so it would fit. And I put the Y cable you saw in the other picture, the computized one, in here, and got the he had an SDC, and I hooked it up and I got this thing going.
Oh, nice.
And I put one of his 512K upgrades in it, and it all worked. And he had a protector light and a 6309 for it, so that all worked. I showed him it worked, and he was happy. Here's his keyboard close up.
Break key.
Here's break.
Not quite as professionally etched as say Ed Snyder's, but it still works.
No, yeah,
No.
It clicks beautiful, you know.
Yeah. Oh man, that is the epitome of CoCo hackery right there.
And
you know?
here's what he documented when he did this. And then that's here's the piece of wood basically that's in here.
And putting your CoCo in a case like this was actually quite common in the 90s. There were lots of those floating around the CoCoFest.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay, and I think.
Oh my goodness.
That's pretty much it. I think these are boards he made early on for me, and then I took pictures of them and I put them on the internet. And then he calls me and he goes, "Don't use the board with the 3 chips on it." I said, "Why?" He goes, "They're wired wrong." I said, "Okay." So I stopped, and next time I saw him, he gave me a good one. And he goes, "Here's a good one. Here's a good one." You know?
Oh my goodness.
It was funny. So that's it. Basically, I made this group for him, and I told his wife about it. And I don't know if she's seen it yet, but she probably hasn't had time. But you know, there's some things in there you can go look at. The other site that he has. Let me see if I can click on it. Where is it? Right about. Not past it. The ones with his.
The guns and the bike site.
Yeah.
There
right
you go.
here.
There's the bike one.
If you go to it, this is what he had.
Oh, that is neat.
All his bikes, and you know, it's pretty extensive. I mean, look at that bike he made.
That is
for a big guy.
Yeah. Wow. This is like the Orange County choppers guys with bicycles.
You know, if you think of it,
custom...
he did the same thing he did with CoCo's with bikes.
Yeah.
You know, it made him crazy. So
actually, Ron, I managed to get the root page that has a picture of him and Sue without his beard, and also one of his dulcimers, so I can show that too.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Go ahead, Curtis. Stop sharing, Ron, if you can.
All right, I will.
Ron, thanks for doing that, though. Thanks for putting up that site, and thanks for sharing that. And I'm glad we had him on throughout the years. I didn't know of him until more later, but I'm glad I got to know him a little bit. That's a great picture of him and his wife.
Yeah.
There's a
Sans beard. The only time I've seen him without a beard, actually.
Yeah.
And there's one of his dulcimers.
Yeah, that is
wondering what that musical instrument was.
That is a neat looking instrument.
Obviously,
many talents. I mean, he had the artistic flair, but he also had the crazy idea thing, like the bikes and some of his CoCo projects, where it's a very practical piece of hardware, but he doesn't make it look just normal like a commercial product. He has to add his personality to it, so that you get a bike that's quite different than anything else you'd see.
There's a heart out there.
Yeah, and even on the dulcimer, the frets are not exactly straight either, so they're got some...
That's to make them more accurate because
I mean that's like the what's the name of the bass guitar? It's actually done up here in Saskatoon.
Or is that how a dulcimer's fret
Dingwall
lines
or
are
something?
supposed to be?
Dingwall? Yeah, that's a Canadian band.
With the angled frets because of the tension of the strings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it makes them more accurate intonation-wise.
Okay.
If you heard it, it sounds different than a guitar or a mandolin. It's different.
Right.
Yeah.
That is neat. That is super neat.
Anyway, yeah, a big tribute to Paul Barton. He did a lot of stuff for the CoCo community over the last, literally 30 years. So,
yeah,
he will be missed.
Well, one of the things that we were going to do, was suggested to do, was to have a moment of silence. But I think we've had more than a moment. And I think the moment of remembrance was probably better than the moment of silence. So maybe we'll just pass on the moment of silence for Paul. But man, this was so good. And I mean, this really brings up something that let me put us back on gallery. This is kind of, right now we're in this vintage hobby. All of us are 30, 40, 50, 60 years old, some even older, and we're getting closer to the end of our life cycle, and it just makes, it really makes you think about your mortality, how much time you've had, how much time you have left, and it also makes me think about just how important are your relationships in life. And what I can say for you, Ron, is at least like you mentioned, you had a good friend that you were close to. I mean, when I say close, geographically close, as well as friendship wise close. You guys got to hang out, you got to be buddies. And for a lot of us here in this community, we don't all live in the same state or whatever, so we have a different level of friendship and closeness. But, sometimes you forget to say thank you to the people while they're still around. So right now, all we can say is, we appreciate everything Paul Barton did now that he's not here. But maybe let's take a moment to say thank you to each other. I mean, I want to thank all you guys for being friends. And like, Ron, you're a great guy. I'm glad I've got to know you. I got to meet you in person. I mean, I don't, we're all going to go sometime. It's not like you got 2 days left or anything, but
nope,
maybe take a moment right now while we're all still, healthy enough to say thank you for our friendship and camaraderie and everything else. I definitely appreciate all you guys, and putting the show on when the show is always happening when one or more of us can't do the show. So from me to everybody out there right now on the panel and watching, I appreciate you guys, and just want to say thanks for all the friendships and good times that we've had, and hopefully many more.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm taking all my crap with me.
Yeah, but I mean, talk about literally.
If Brian Weezer did that, he'd have to buy an acreage for a cemetery.
Right. I mean, literally, on his final days, he was worried about his Cocos. I mean, that's dedication.
And you know what? On was it Tuesday? Because he died on Wednesday. No, it was Monday. I went and seen him, and he wasn't coherent. In fact, he looked at me and I go, "Hi, Paul, it's Ron." He goes, "Hi," and he goes, "I need graph paper."
I need graph paper.
Graph paper. And that is all he said. And when I saw his wife, I said, he mentioned he needed graph paper. And she laughed and she goes, "I think he's trying to communicate with you about computer stuff best as he could," And so when we were at the memorial, he mentioned it, at the memorial, saying one of the last things he had to say was he wanted graph paper. He was still thinking of technical things here.
Something to design, another thought to get on paper.
Yeah.
Just dedicated to the end.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh my God, it does. It's bittersweet, Oh.
I'll give one quick aside here too. We had another monumental person in the computer industry passed away this week, Sir Clive Sinclair, the creator of the ZX Spectrum and ZX80, 81.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to do a brief mention of that. I mean, it's not directly CoCo related, but the ZX80 and 81 actually inspired the MC-10.
Right.
And the MC-10 would not have existed without Sir Clive Sinclair.
Right.
I just wanted to mention.
Right.
Died at the age of 81, I believe.
It's like Mark has one. He's hanging up.
Marco has one. Yeah.
And what are some of the other guys that have passed? The guy that made baseball,
color baseball, right? Dale Lear.
Yeah.
And
there really hasn't been many names.
Right. Well, Rick Adams lost his wife recently. So I mean, we're all getting at that age. So life is precious, man. So every moment we have, cherish that moment. Cherish your friends. Cherish your loved ones, and tell people that matter to you. Let them know. Because you never know when the last time you're going to see somebody is. You know what I mean?
That's why we have 6-hour CoCo Talks.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Speaking of cherishing things, I cherish the 6 hours of Curtis blabbing away. So, So, my God. So, thank you, Ron, for that. Thank you, Paul Barton, for all you gave us. And
how's Steve doing? Steve Bjork.
I haven't heard from him in a while, so not sure.
Hope he's okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was bittersweet, right? We had some good laughs from that too, but it's also a little bit somber. Perhaps we just do take a brief break, and then we'll come back, and we're going to get into Nick Marotta's favorite part of the show, the High Score Game On Challenge. And though Nick Marotta is not here personally, Nick Marotta is still alive and well, and he's working on stuff, life and career things, which has got him busy. So in Nick's stead, we have the still very Canadian Ken Waters. Canadian Retro Thing is still here with us to keep that segment going, because that's a very popular segment with oh my God, what did I just do? Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
I don't know what I just did to Zoom. I went to screen share and it said I was signed out. Is somebody else signing into Zoom? And why is okay, that is really weird. I went to screen share and Zoom just went crazy on me.
Bye.
Let's try this again. I'm going to try to share screen. Screen 2. That's
because we're still streaming, so.
Yeah, this is really weird. Something in Zoom has screwed up now where screen sharing, I can't share the screen. Screw the screen sharing. Anyways, I'm going to play a commercial. No more technical difficulties. So let's find a commercial to run. And we are going to run. How about a little bit of shortwave? We'll be back after these words.
We will return after these messages.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Oh, I remember that Christmas. Dad gave me my first shortwave radio from Radio Shack. What memories. This Christmas, we got our son's Color Computer 3 from Radio Shack. It hooks right up to our TV and was on sale for less than $130. The Color Computer 3 makes learning fun. Jimmy even lets me use it for word process when he isn't playing computer games. Lucky I still got my shortwave.
Save $70 on the sale-priced Color Computer 3, only at Radio Shack.
Hey, this is Bruce Moore, author of Force of Doom, and you're watching the Original Gamer Stevie Stroke.
Only the bravest souls enter. Only the most cunning return. Defeat innumerable monsters to ransom the king's scepter, stolen by the evil wizard. Your sword, shield, and wits are your only allies. Pray you find a magical inn as your only respite in the forest of doom.
For the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3.
November 2017, if you dare.
This is Ken Reichard, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to CoCoFest. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
CoCoFest edition? Still low resolution, still digital to analog converted sound. More machine language. And basic. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Now includes the power of Terry to clear the road ahead. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Available as a DVD-ROM with all my past games as an alleged bonus, including my unreleased 4th Rainbow Adventure Contest entry. Unreleased for a reason. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Get your physical or digital copy at cancanmakeit.com. Now you've really paid too much.
Nick Marentes on electricity.
Crikey! Electricity's a fad. The biggest market is with open flame.
Brought to you by Nitrous 9, Ease of Use Edition. Hashtag OS9 Forever.
And now, CoCo Thoughts.
You guys can't hear it.
By Samuel Gimes. I was trying to make some copies of discs, but the garden weasel kept tearing the magnetic media.
High Score Challenge with
Nick Marentes.
Welcome everyone to the results of this week's CoCoTALK Game On Challenge, where we played Android Attack. There were a total of 21 participants. So let's see how they did. Redbeard submitted a score of 7,620 but played on level 0. Exile in Paradise 250. Gary M, 1050. Allison Deneau, 1500. CoCo Discord user, 2050. Ciaren, 2420. Rich N, 2500. Rick U, 3730. 8 Bits in the Basement, 4210. David Craker, 4240. Paul Shoemaker, 4250. Sloopy Malibu, 4350. CRT, that's me, 4800. Buck Owens, 4870. Tom C, 4980. Mr. Dave, 6309, 5060. Sabhead, 5460. Tazman, Scott Cooper, 5510. Jim Rye, 6100. L. Curtis Boyle, 7010. And the number one score this week is, drum roll please, S. Orchard with 7070.
Stu won it.
Thank you to everyone that played. See you next week.
Wow, that is cool. So now I have to stop sharing screen because Zoom has just decided to get crazy on me today. Great job, Ken. Canadian Retro Things on that first ever results video you did there. That was run on a real CoCo.
Yep.
And I noticed you had it paused where you were tapping on the space bar each time. So you didn't have to worry about timing it. You could just read
I could
it
keep
and
up
then
with
go,
the
yeah,
talking.
that's great. Listen, you're keeping it period correct there, sir. So that is awesome.
Oh, sorry, you're making it a bit your own. You did your own little intro graphics and stuff too.
Yeah,
So.
on a CoCo.
Nice low res graphics.
Yeah.
And we had a late submission from Stevie of 2380. Played it this morning.
Yeah, I was getting my CoCoPi up to date, so I figured let me just try it out, and boom. And yeah, I already came up with a strategy. I haven't played it maybe 3 times. I spent a whole 20 minutes, but I'm like, you know what? You have to clear the screen. That's the only way this game makes any sense. If you just try to kill 2 guys and run to a new maze, that's not the way to go. So you got to kill all the robots, wait for them to turn to ghosts, kill the ghosts, get the treasure, then leave. Then you get the bonus timer for doing that. And that's how you. That's, to me, that's obviously the best way to get the points. And that's a whole new a scoring mechanic that wasn't necessarily in the original Berserk. You know, getting the ghosts, clearing the screen, and then getting a bonus for clearing the screen after all the enemies have been bested, you know.
And having treasures at all.
Treasures, right. Because I noticed if I just killed 1 or 2, it was very low scoring. You killed 2 robots, run to the next room. It's just, you're going to play forever to get the points. So.
Also, though, when the difficulty doesn't ramp up unless you clear the screen. If you just kill a couple, go to the next screen, the difficulty stays the same. But if you kill everything, the next screen is a little bit harder.
Oh, so if you want to just cherry pick a lot of low-hanging fruit, I guess you could kill 2 at a time and just play forever. But what fun is that?
That would be boring.
Go
so I have a
big.
question here, because this game also had the duck and jump to try to dodge a shot if it was low on you or high on you.
Yeah.
How many people are actually here managed to do that successfully that often? Because I sure as heck didn't. I tried.
I never did.
I noticed there was an occasional time where it looked like I should have died and I didn't. So occasionally a bullet hit me and I didn't die, so I got an accidental lack of collision detection.
Well, you had a 1-hit shield.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could get hit once.
Okay.
And then you would have you'd lose your shield, and then the next hit you'd die.
Okay, I just thought that was bad collision detection.
And I think it had the same issue with Berserk, with that little black space in the neck. It would actually pass through and continue.
Through under your yeah, okay.
I think I saw that happen
Correct.
twice.
They called that the bulletproof necktie.
But yeah, it was. I couldn't make out what the robot said if you cleared the screen. It was completely unintelligible. What are they supposedly saying if you kill all the bad guys and then leave the maze?
Well, I do have a sound bite of that.
Okay.
So I will just
Don't forget to click share sound.
Okay, share sound, and I had it loaded up. Where did it go? Oh, show all windows. Voice samples right here, and share. And play.
We're not hearing the sound.
it's not sharing sound.
And there's a red X on the.
Oh, that's because I have it muted. Sorry, I was
there you go.
playing around with it earlier.
Still not hearing anything. Oh, there we go. Intruder alert.
Okay, that's the beginning one.
Right. That's the intruder alert.
Coward, if you leave.
Mm-hmm.
Coward.
Next
one's next time.
Next time.
That's kill human next time. And that's the only ones I could get. I don't know if there's more than that, but
okay.
I don't think so.
I'm just wondering if playing it on an emulator, some of the DAC emulation versus the digitized stuff, maybe something got a little bit lost in translation too. I was actually playing it on XRoar.
Okay. I recorded that off Real CoCo.
Yeah. So I could hear the intruder alert. I could hear the coward, but when it left the screen, I just could not make out what the heck they were saying.
And one question I have, like Stu Orchard, who actually won the game challenge this week, and of course is from the UK and playing the Dragon. They had 50 hertz. I don't know if that made a difference on the sound sampling. Would that have slowed it down and make it even less intelligible, or would it be the same depending how it's written? I'm not sure. So any of you UK users or real Dragon users with the PAL Dragons or even PAL Cocos, let us know how it sounded.
Well, it sounds hilarious if you use the high-speed poke on a CoCo 3.
I didn't try that.
Is it like the Chipmunks at that point?
Yes.
Does it sound like they're on laughing gas or
pretty
helium
much
or something? Yeah. We represent the lollipop. Yeah.
I guess that means it's not timer locked.
That sounds.
I always found it hilarious because it was one of the early speech ones. It was done in early '82 as speech when they came out 32K version, but the fact that they tried to create enough samples to give you a fair variety of speech sayings, they had to drop the sampling rate down pretty drastically, and that's why you get that lisp where you can't get R's sounding correctly. And I always just laugh because I played for other people, and you hear this cowwood.
Yeah, right.
Intuda.
And honestly,
that one fun.
To me, the biggest disappointment was buying a game that said it supported the speech and sound pack, and it only supported speech. It was the biggest letdown ever to get a game like Frogger or something with no music and only to hear a robot say player 1 or game over or whatever.
Yeah.
Nobody used the speech sound pack in a Berserk game, and that would have been the perfect application for that because you want a Cylon voice for the Berserk game. Nobody did that. That's a missed opportunity right there.
I'm surprised Spectral didn't because, they had the speaking version before the speech pack even existed. And they did update older games that they had originally released with no speech sound pack support, and then 2 years later they'd re-release it with speech sound pack support, and they didn't do Android Attack, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect. The be very quiet, CoCoMan says, right? So yeah, be very quiet. We're hunting humans.
Yeah, that would have been a good one to
add. Oh. Yeah, fun game though. The shooting mechanic took a little getting used to because I know in certain Berserk games you can hold down the fire button and then kind of move the stick around to choose the arrow you want to shoot in. This one you had to point and then aim and click and aim to shoot versus holding down to duck and stuff. So it took a little getting used to, on moving versus shooting mechanic, but it was definitely interesting.
And I am wondering if I played it more, would I get used to enough? Like if somebody's shooting horizontally at me and it's going to hit my feet and I can't run fast enough because the bullets are much faster than the player is, would the jump or the duck, depending what top or bottom half was coming out, if I got used to that, would that actually help? I obviously didn't get used to it because I almost never did it right, but it was an interesting mechanic to add that's not on the original Berserk, and I don't think I've ever seen another Berserk clone that has had that jump and duck thing.
What's the one that was on cartridge that the image producers did? Robot Maze or something like that?
Monster Maze.
Monster Maze.
And that one was interesting in that it also didn't it have a little pile of treasure to pick up, like a little...
a little thing of gold bars.
Right. So then that had kind of a Cylon-looking animated eye on the monsters, on the robots. But that also added the treasure element that wasn't in the original. And that one didn't have an evil auto either, did it?
No.
No. So, interesting. Rick, you played. How did you like it, Rick? You're muted.
Unmute myself.
Yeah.
I liked the game. I didn't have time to really get into it as much as I should have. I'm becoming a tradition. I start a couple hours before the cutoff and see how far I
Oh,
can.
you're picking up my tradition. Awesome.
So now that I have my Pi 400 set up in a way that's in the middle of my recording and setup stuff, now I'm going to kick it up a notch and add my USB CoCo adapter to it and play on real CoCo sticks. Because that's the second best thing to playing on real hardware, is using at least the real Black Beauties and Deluxe joysticks on the emulator. And I have all the accoutrements to make that happen. So taking up less space of real hardware, I can still get the crappy joystick experience. Because I did notice trying to play on my Xbox adapter to the emulator that I was not hitting the corner, so it was harder for me to shoot diagonally. Then maybe I would have been able to do a little better on a real Black Beauty or something. But did you guys use Black Beauty or Deluxe on this one?
Deluxe.
Yeah.
Black Beauty.
Yeah. Black Beauty.
I use my Deluxe, available at computerconnect.com.
All right, the new are these the ones you you did the IBM ones and rejiggered?
Exactly.
Them? Yeah.
So you upgraded them to CoCo from IBM, I think.
Exactly. So they have that fresh plastic smell and everything.
Oh yes. Awesome. Cool. Anybody else
That could be David Ladd.
Any other tips and tricks from the people who scored well?
Oh, sure, Curtis.
Creepy Dave is back.
Go ahead.
No, the same thing you did, Stevie, where you have to clear the level because then you get the bonus points, and the ghosts are worth a fair bit too. So, and the tricky thing too is the ghosts and the robots even can travel from one side of the screen to the other, which I don't think the other Berserks did too. So if there was an open doorway on both the left and the right, it would actually wrap around and come back on the other side.
I'm assuming they were just looking for collisions. Like if there's no wall, they would just keep moving in that given direction.
Well, the ghosts can go through the walls, so they just go through one side.
Yeah, they can
of the
go
wall
wrap
and
around at any
right
time.
through
But
the
even
side.
the robots can wrap around if there's an open doorway on both sides at the same time.
Interesting.
Which surprised me. But you can use that to your advantage if you have that situation. You can, if he happens to be moving towards, say, the left and he's right by the wall, you can start firing to the right, and as soon as he wraps, you kill him instantly. So that's a little tip trick.
Yeah.
Anything from you, Ken? Since you're kind of you're the head guy now.
Well, I think we've covered all the tips and tricks. I know I certainly couldn't get the jump or duck thing to work, although one of the reviews of it did say that that's the best feature of it. That guy must have played it a lot to be able to get it to work.
How were the reviews, just out of curiosity? Because there was multiple reviews from different magazines, I think.
There was 3 reviews here.
I think the dragon one was pretty
yeah, the
scathing.
dragon one was very scathing. That was this one right here, which basically said the voice was unintelligible and just not a good game.
I'm just looking at the scores at the bottom of that review. I think they're on a 1 to 10 scale, right?
Yeah.
And they had playability as 2.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
I did not like it. They said they passed it around the entire office and not a single person could figure out anything that was said in the game. So the voice was awful. I don't know what he was listening to it on because, like I said in my video, I had an Apple II that I played on back then, and their talking games were not as good as this. And that's a much more expensive system.
Worse audio, just 1 bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the MC-10 has.
I guess that does kind of bring up a point playability deal, because this game, you didn't have to be that accurate shooting. Your strategy was more important than your accuracy in aiming, and maybe they didn't like that because that's not how
UK
European
games work. Yeah,
go.
they want pixel perfect everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought of that, but that's probably true. That's also why I asked about the 50 hertz versus 60 hertz, because of course they're playing 50 hertz PAL. Maybe that made the timing difference of the voices more unintelligible. That's why I would like to hear back from Stu or some of the other people that from the UK, see what they say.
But there are also reviews in Color Computer and Rainbow, and both those reviews were very favorable, saying it was, the Color Computer said it was a challenging game for all ages, and Rainbow said the speech was adequate and it did add to the game. The only thing they didn't like was that little bar on the bottom, couldn't figure out how to read it. I never did figure out exactly what it meant. There's a little flashing bar on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, that's your
timer.
That's somewhat your strength too. Like when you get hit, it goes down.
Yeah.
It's kind of your shield, but it's divided into chunks. If I remember correctly, it's divided into chunks. Every couple blocks is a life, and then the first block, like you were mentioning, that first hit you can take without dying.
Yeah.
And I think it goes down like one block if you get hit, and then it goes down in a couple of blocks if you die or whatever.
Oh, I had not made that correlation. I thought it was some type of perverse interpretation of how much time you had left, like some weird type of counterintuitive color scale for your time left or something. I could not find any correlation to what it was relating to in game other than maybe a real bad.
It's supposed to be some sort of status bar.
Okay. The most
I did not get a chance.
Game feature implemented to date.
I didn't get a chance to check the archive. Is the manual for that been updated, which might actually say what that bar exactly how it works? Or
I didn't even check.
All right,
it
Ken.
is. I guess I should have.
Ken, that's coming out of your pay.
I never read manuals.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a good game you should be able to pick up and play. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is why Stevie cannot make it through.
How many manuals did we read in the arcade?
I read the manual and was so confused.
Right.
On the arcade, sometimes you had to watch the screen and watch the demo that explains what everything does and how to do things. So you did have a manual. It was just,
or it was also written on the side of the bezel of the screen.
I never read those, but the in screen was like Joust. You read, you have to hit the bird from slightly above or whatever.
Right. You kind of got a little tutorial on the track screen.
Yeah, like Gauntlet was one when it first came out. There was so much stuff in that game, and different monsters at different powers. That some could hurtle through walls or throw things over walls, etc. Death and potions. Like you wouldn't have figured that all out just by experimenting. So you did have to read the directions. You just watch the demo as it plays for
Well, I mean, it's like life. You learn as you go.
Or you watch the guy ahead of you.
Right.
He's playing the machine. You're behind his shoulder.
Oh, that's when I used to read the bezel.
Right.
Oh.
Well, somebody else is playing. I'd just read it.
Now, the original Berserk arcade, was it digitized or synthesized, the voices? I mean, they obviously sounded like a high-quality Cylon voice synthesizer. But
that's a good question.
I'm wondering how that technology was actually implemented.
First one, then the other. So on the Wikipedia page, it talks about costing about $1,000 a word to build the speech synthesis for 30 words used in the game. But it is, they did have to sample it and then convert it mathematically.
My goodness. So they spent $30,000 to build the synthesized vocabulary, and then they digitized that and mass-produced the samples. Or something to that nature. Wow. I mean, times have changed. I bet when you listen to the original Berserk in the arcade, it does have a super distinct sound. It doesn't sound like most of the later home computing's voice synthesizer chips that were available to most consumers and
And wasn't that the very first talking arcade game?
1980? That I could not tell
pretty
you.
Close.
There was a pinball machine before that, I think.
Interesting. And I wonder what it used. If it used tape recording or like a leader, like one of those, those tapes that keep looping back and forth. Continuous reel tapes or something. I don't know. That's interesting.
It was one of my favorites in the arcade when it first came out because it was one of the early color ones. I mean, not too long after Galaxian, and the speech really did make a difference because you never heard that before in the arcade.
Right. Cool. Good stuff. Good. And we had 21 participants. So the
22 counting you.
22. Okay. Well, I don't really count. But yeah, so that's good. The numbers are back up. I want to kind of reiterate something that Curtis was talking about last week too, is that, in a way, part of it is a high score challenge, or we'll recognize the top scores. But the other part of it is we want people to play. So it's more of the participation, the camaraderie. One of the things that David Craker was saying is, a lot of people have gotten their kids involved, so it's become a family thing. And so this has really been a runaway success that people of all ages can get involved in and enjoy. And so I know that, Ken, you're going to be kind of making some of the executive decisions on the games that we pick and play. And you mentioned you'll solicit suggestions. I know Nick Marotta had a bribe system based on how much greenbacks came with the suggestions on how high up on the list they made. But in addition to score-based games, other games like card games and strategy games and adventure games, I think will hopefully make the lineup where it doesn't matter if you win or lose and there's no score to track, but are you playing? Are you having fun? Are we able to talk about this in Discord throughout the week? And can we just post screenshots of how far we got in Daggerath, or when we got killed by the guards in Rakatu, things like that. I also want to encourage people to join in the show if you can. Right now, there's 5 of us talking about it, but there were 20 people who played. So the people who played, if you guys want to jump on the panel and talk about your experiences playing it this week, and if you can't join us live, then maybe pre-record something and send us the video and put it on YouTube, or just send us a link to it somewhere. I'd love to feature some more community-driven content, because this is definitely a very community-oriented segment and part of the week. And so I want to just, if we can raise that bar and enhance the level of engagement to this experience, I'm all in favor of doing that.
And the gameplay videos
good or bad.
Good or bad, yeah. Because sometimes, listen, I've made a career on bad game playing. So you too can suck.
As an example, if you watch David Ladd playing Predator on his page, that is one of the most awesome gameplay videos I've ever seen. Really? As he plummets off a cliff.
Hey. Actually, I've been thinking about deleting that video.
Don't.
Really?
Please don't.
Really, David? Really?
That's okay. We've got copies.
That's right. It's on the Internet Archive.
But I definitely want to encourage people to send in videos, either of you commenting on the game or the gameplay. I think you got one this weekend. Didn't you get one from Allison?
Yeah, Allison sent in one.
Do you want to show that? Can we pull up?
Sure.
Can we roll that clip? And also, we've just been joined by Quinn's Retro Computing, saying, "Hey, all, I'm sorry I'm late." Hey, Quinn, thanks for joining us. Here we go. Allison Deneau.
This is some gameplay from Allison Deneau.
And unmute it, because she has got color commentary.
Oh, how do I do that once I start
see the
playing?
little speaker with the line through it right there?
Yeah.
There you go.
There.
Does she have audio?
I think I stopped. Here, I'll have to stop sharing and.
Oh, stop sharing.
Take it back in with audio share.
Yeah.
I screw that up all the time.
You damn Canadians.
Remember to center your
Is that sharing now?
Yeah. Rewind it a little bit.
Is there sound?
Oh, yeah. Back it up.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, cool.
Jeez.
Coward.
I am a coward.
Thanks for sending this in, Allison.
Joystick before I started playing. Can you guess that I'm playing on a Black Beauty?
I don't remember being able to fire that fast, but I didn't try it.
Oh, it feels so good to take the prize. Hey, wait, that robot came back to life. Is that supposed to happen?
Yeah, see, there's that bar. Okay, so right now the bar is solid blue.
robot
Okay,
come
let's
back to
watch
life?
that bar on the bottom
Remember
there.
to center your
Okay,
joystick?
see how it's like animated?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell does that mean? I don't
Oh, the
remember being
animation,
able
I
to-
think, is just for show. It doesn't
The
mean
red gets smaller if you lose.
I don't remember being able to fire this fast, but
I
I
don't know.
wasn't trying.
I did. I was
They
power
repair
firing that thing like
themselves.
crazy.
That sounds
It's
funny,
a
that rap that.
cookbook, I tell you.
You must have it potent.
A freaking cookbook already.
No, I think that's regular speed.
I'm running and I'm running.
Another thing I
I'm
like about this
running
game
like
is the
I've
way
got
it
a load.
slides the screen off like that.
Yeah.
This is some great running animation, by the way.
Yeah. And what confused me too at first, I saw that 500 on the right. I'm like, oh, you start off with 500 points, man. That's everybody's going to be guaranteed at least that much. But that's your
touched the wall.
your game timer, right?
Not the wall.
Yeah.
I'm going to coward out of here. Coward.
Are you getting 10 points per kill or
That's
something? on
Howard
these
the
things?
coward to you.
It's a low scoring
Yeah.
game.
To actually get any points, you have to clear the screen, and then you get the bonus points. So
That's
you only
how
get the
it
bonus points if you
Okay,
completely
you get
kill
100
everything.
points for
Rabbit
picking
son
up
of
the
a gun.
crown. Coward. So yeah, I mean, at this pace,
I'm a
it's going to take
coward who
forever to
ran
rack
out
up
with
the
the
points,
prize.
right?
Yeah. But then when
Yeah.
if you kill everything,
hard
you get
times.
like 300 or 400 extra
Well,
bonus
yeah,
points.
however much is left on your clock.
Yeah,
so that
whatever's
500,
left on your
that's
timer.
That's your bonus.
Yeah.
So your best strategy is to speed run, kill everything, and wait for the ghost to respawn, kill the ghost, and then
All right. I don't know if...
Yeah, you don't get the
That's
bonus
that
unless
guy.
you kill all the ghosts
the ghost
too.
too. Yeah.
And why did that one disappear?
Now, one thing I noticed, and I don't know if this is true, but it seems to me it's true from when I played it, is that if you keep shooting that pile, like sometimes once I killed somebody, then, you know, that little pulsating pile of crap. Yeah, it's kind of every time you fire it, it adds on to the timer before it turns into ghost. If you keep firing on it, it never turns.
Right. Yeah, I noticed that too.
It's kind of like in Venture, where you can keep shooting the corpses and they don't ever dissipate.
Must
All
be
right,
a
so you have
power
to. So you have to run the screen.
Priscilla.
Yeah. It's got a lot of recoil.
Right. Well, you have to run the screen, shoot everything, and let it regenerate while you're shooting everything else, and then you run back around again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically the strategy.
Yeah.
And the androids themselves look really weird.
Yes.
Or actually, one of the strategies I figured out is you just, if it's a screen with a lot of bad guys on it, just jump to another screen.
Yeah.
And if there's only like 3, then you can kill them quickly, get off, and get a lot of bonus
I'm
points.
getting so many prizes and points and things.
Right,
So don't bother clearing the screen if there's lots.
Yeah. All right. We'll go ahead and put a fork in that one.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for submitting that video, Allison. We asked for it. We got it. Thank you. And we encourage more people to do the same. And thanks, CRT, for doing that. Are we ready to talk about what next week's game is?
Certainly. I will show a picture of that.
Drum roll, please.
And here it is.
Oh, Glenn Hewlett's Joust. Oh, because Glenn's going to be on next week, right? Glenn is our guest next week. Was this intentional? Because this is like almost the timing is perfect where we get to play this game for an entire week and then have the author of the game on as we talk about the results. That was ironic.
Completely not intentional. I played it right from this morning when I took that screenshot.
And we've just been joined by Simon the Madman Jonassen. Hey, Simon.
Hey, Simon.
Hi, guys.
Hey, good to see you.
Just goes to show what a well-placed bribe will get you.
Yes. So
I'm not actually. I don't require bribes for games until a month in. So
okay.
Still got 3 weeks.
And
left
Bitcoin's fine too. So.
Yeah, 3 weeks left, and then I'll need the bribes.
Oh, by the way, Scott Cooper's out there. Tazman.
Post your Bitcoin.
Tazman, we need to start talking about possibly carpooling to CoCoFest because you had earlier expressed an interest in doing that. We got 2 months to plan. We need to start planning. So if you're still in it to carpool to CoCoFest, reach out to me, Scott, because we got to start talking. Hey, Simon, good to see you. I don't know if you heard earlier, but we were talking about a little bit of memorial for Paul Barton, who just recently passed last week, a member of our community. And the summary of that was, I think it's important for us to say thank you to those of us who are still here rather than making sure we talk about how wonderful they were when they're no longer with us. So, Simon, thank you for being a great member of this community, and I appreciate you. So I want to make sure I tell that to everybody because you never know.
How are you feeling?
Yes.
You feeling good? You doing all right?
Yeah. So
Simon,
thanks for being here, Simon. You're still muted. I don't know if you're. And Retro Innovations is out there. Jim, not my president, Brain is out there. I didn't vote for him, but he's doing a good job anyways. Jim Brain is there. So we saw Jim at VCF Midwest this past week. And Jim's doing a hell of a job with Glenside and CoCoFest. November 6th and 7th, he's reminding us all. So we're just a few months away from CoCoFest. So make your plans. And we saw Simon at the last CoCoFest too. Simon?
Yeah, but I can't get on that plane.
You sound like B.A. Baracus from
Ain't getting on that plane, fool.
I ain't get on that plane, fool. Murdoch, you crazy. All we gotta do is just give you some knockout stuff and we'll get you on there. You'll never know what happened, right?
Well, last time we got some jungle juice off the very nice stewardess from Delta Airlines. That was good.
Yes, sir. Awesome. So yeah, CoCoFest is coming up. We actually got to see the venue when we were at VCF Midwest this past weekend too. We saw the rooms, great rooms, good times. Looking forward to that. So next week's game is Joust. Yeah, Simon.
About that, what actually happened to the Heron venue?
They just decided they did not want to have to deal with because they had to keep security for the building. They had the kind of foreman who had to lock up and stuff. They had to pay somebody
to stay there for the weekend, and they didn't want to have to deal with that.
The bird passed.
Is that because of a couple of these guys on there got stuck in an elevator?
Well, that's not what's being officially.
David!
That's not what's being officially said. All that's being said is that, you know, they're used to renting it out for a wedding or something on a weekend where it's done by dinner time, and they don't have to babysit a bunch of 40-somethings until midnight. So, yeah, I think they just got tired of having to babysit.
Has someone got a plastic flamingo someone could touch? Is dead.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, that was what I think I remember hearing about that, is that it was, yeah, you guys are
Plus,
great.
their price went way up if we did want to continue. It was like tripled or something.
So other than not being able to touch the heron, the venue is amazing. There's a pool there. There's a nice. It's all connected. Whereas when we were at Heron Point,
show the pictures.
You had
Stevie.
the hotel. I don't know. They're not on my computer. I guess we could pull them up from Facebook or something.
Yeah.
But somebody pull that up from Facebook. Anyways, it's a great venue. Maybe during a commercial break I'll find it. Great venue. Great. It's going to be a great buffet meal. You don't have to walk through the parking lot to get to it. You don't have to go down into a basement to get to it. It's all connected to the hotel. Yeah. So there's a lot of upside to the new venue. And this is going to be our first year there. If hopefully because VCF was very well attended for being still in the middle of the pandemic, you know, where people had to wear masks, but the amount of exhibitors was just as good as it was in 2019. There were just as many tables, there was just as many things to see, and nearly as many people. So VCF was very well attended and supported. So I'm hoping that CoCoFest will be in that same realm of percentage-wise of both exhibits and attendees. And it's going to be good. And even if it isn't, just to put things in perspective, like, you know, we're at VCF Midwest this weekend. I didn't go there for the event. I went there to see my friends, and I was thinking there might be 5 CoCo folks there. There ended up being about 10 or 12 of us. Every time we went to dinner, we had to get a table for 10 or something. So, and so it was just good to see some of your friends who you don't get to see all the time or maybe never saw before. And so if there isn't 150 people at CoCoFest this year, if there's 30 people there, I'm going to be happy to see all of them. And we're still going to have a good time. But I do hope that as many people come. And luckily, I think we're still keeping those damn Canadians out. I'm hoping that's still going to happen, right? So
there goes half your attendance.
Yeah. What's the word on the whole Canadian? Oh, there we go. Jim Brain's got some stuff here. What's the word on the Canadian border thing, Curtis? Do you know?
It gets updated, I think, every 21st of the month. So the next update will be this upcoming week, and we'll see. And basically, they do it monthly, so we'll see what the
right. So
situation
go back 2 pictures there. Right. So what we're looking at here, this is when you first walk in. This is the big kind of lobby, and this is where we're going to have our dinner. And what you can't see to the left of here is kind of the bar where the buffet will be set up. So there's lots of space here. You can see how far back that goes, right? Behind that glass is a nice full-size swimming pool. Just to the right is where the buffet table would be. So it's a large area for dining. I'm sure they would rearrange it to be more of, you know, dining tables and chairs versus all the couches and whatnot. But great space for the kind of family dinner. That's something they've been doing for the past 2 or 3 years, is having the on-site dinner where you don't have to leave and we can all have, I know some of you like to say supper. I say dinner, but whatever you want to call it. This is the main exhibit room, right? This is the big room. It's got a dance floor in the middle, and I think Curtis is going to be taking tips and doing some pole dancing. So we got that going.
No, I was just going to sit in the middle of the floor hippie style and play Stairway to Heaven.
So this is the main, which, by the way, I have to do my, unless you guys have already done it, I took pictures of all the outlets. I need to give Jim the outlet counts so we know how many outlets we have on the walls for booths and setting up tables and power distribution, but there's a fair amount of space here. So there's one big area, and then we've got 2 other rooms off to the side from here. This is kind of the hallway. Outside the main one going to the 2 rooms, we got one to the right, one to the left. I think the one on the right is the smaller of the 2. And what was the final decision? Where the auction is going to be in the bigger room, right?
That's correct.
Right.
Yep.
So because there are signs on the wall that tell you what the maximum seating capacity is.
So this is the auction room here.
That's the auction room there. And that one, I think, has a seating capacity of 40, 45 people or something like that. Now, traditionally, we've had 100 people in the auction room. I don't know what the actual attendance will be, and I don't know that if there's not necessarily a fire marshal there, if this is a cardinal sin, but based on the posted sign, there's supposed to be not more than 45 bodies in that room. This is the big room, or this is the second room?
This is the presentation room.
This will be where the presentations are, right? So we got, and they're talking about having multiple projectors and multiple screens. So the presenter could be having a slideshow on one screen and then doing a demo on another screen if necessary. So it's going to definitely raise the technology bar here. Yeah.
So, sometimes there's a different occupation capacity based upon whether there's tables or whether it's just like chairs, like row seating.
Okay. Yeah. And like, again, we're just trying to, base it on which room had the posted larger capacity. That would be the room for the auction. I want the auction to be in the bigger room of the two, because that's a lively event. And you were mentioning, Grant, because I guess maybe you heard this from the meeting, there's going to be a lot of goodies at the auction this year.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of goodies, and also we'll have Jason Timmons from the VCF Midwest doing the auction this year.
Okay.
So, and we also might be doing a little high tech too as well. Instead of having somebody hold stuff up every time, we might actually have a camera show up on a big screen instead of having make it a little bit
on the
easier.
Jumbotron.
Exactly.
Which is what they did at VCF.
Correct.
Right. So because the VCF auction hall was pretty big. It was a big hall, HALL. Big room, and so I didn't watch the auction, but I guess you did, Grant. And you're saying that they use technology and that makes a lot of sense. So anywhere you're sitting, you can see what the item is you're bidding on. If somebody says, "What's the serial number?" right, they can just flip it over and get the serial number from that, things like that. So that's kind of cool. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think the thing too, even with this being maybe not the bigger event that we would like to have, this is still going to be a very good dry run for next year, which most likely will be bigger than it is this year. So
yeah,
we'll get to work out all the kinks and everything and get everything smoothed out.
Yeah, it's better to have a smaller event and still have it than not have it 2 years in a row.
Exactly.
Yeah. But would you agree, just getting out of the house and getting in Chicago and hanging out last weekend, it was good, right? It was good for the soul, good for the batteries, right?
Oh yeah, awesome. It was a great time.
Yeah. And so, a couple months, man, 2 more months in November. We're going to do it again. We're going to party like it's 1989, right?
And don't forget, 6 months after that, we have another CoCoFest coming up in May. So,
yeah. And by the way, Mr. Dave, don't forget to mention the specs needed to run Joust. Okay, which is 512K CoCo 3. Real hardware or emulation. And if you're running on real hardware and you happen to be running on a physical floppy, you want to get the 1.1 update, because one of the things that Jason, the CoCo man, noticed at VCF Midwest is that it does not shut off the motor to the floppy, and it keeps running. So he would get it running, get it loaded, and then turn off the floppy drive. And I remember you guys talking about that. There was a patch for that, because when Glenn Hewlett was working on it, I think he was working on it a lot on emulation or CoCo SDC. You wouldn't experience that problem, right? So, the 1.1 patch just pauses for the drive motor to shut down before it actually executes the program, I think, or something to that nature.
Is it true that it requires a Gimme X?
Does not require a Gimme X. No, it runs on.
How many people would play it then? 3?
Yeah. What's the Fest in May? The Fest in May is the normal time for CoCoFest. It's usually in spring. But this year, because of COVID, it got postponed to basically almost nearly winter. So this year's CoCoFest that should have happened around April or May is happening in November. But then 6 months later, next year's CoCoFest will hopefully happen in May, April timeframe, which would be the 2022 CoCoFest. What do you got there? Sky. Alistair Sky, Valis, what does that say? Talister Sky, what is that? Is that liquor? You're muted. What do you got there, Simon?
It's a single malt Scotch whiskey.
Ah, something to wash down that skinny cigarette, right? So, yeah,
My
good
bad.
times. Good time.
And just also another thing too, just to let everybody know that this could potentially be a very large auction that might be coming up for this CoCoFest too. So if you're wanting to get some good deals, definitely try to make it.
Yeah, and plan your travels accordingly. For example, if you fly and you buy a CM8 monitor and a CoCo 3 and a DMP 100 printer, it's going to be hard getting all that stuff in your suitcase on the plane, right? So if you're planning on pulling a mini Brian Weasler and starting a nice little hoarding collection, you might want to travel by some type of large vehicle that can accommodate lots of takeaways.
And because of inflation, we'll be bringing wheelbarrows of money in.
Yes. So, Curtis, you wanted us to mention the requirements of Joust, right? 512K CoCo 3?
Yep, just 6809. It is playable in the emulators. In fact, I think Ciaren actually has an online version because there's new versions of X-Roar, including the online version, have CoCo 3 support, and Joust is one of the ones he supports.
Nice.
So if you don't have a CoCo 3 or you don't have one on the emulators, you can actually play it online in the browser.
Perfect. I'm sorry, Simon, were you going to say something? You look like you were raising your hand as you're...
Yeah, just because you said about lugging stuff home from CoCoFest, I so wanted... You remember outside, I think it was the room where we done the auction, someone had placed one of these clear Apple monitors.
Oh, yeah, the big giant Mac CRT thing they were trying to give away.
Pretty clear. You could see all the circuit boards.
Yeah.
I so wanted to put that in my rucksack, but I couldn't.
Yeah. And I think Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and Killer of Couches, I think he might have gotten that one. And I think he's saying like his wife wanted to hollow it out and make something out of that. It was just a big giant clear case for a CRT. It was like a 25 or 30-inch CRT. It was a monster. But that big clear case could have housed a terrarium, or you could have made a fish tank out of it or something. Who knows, right? Other than also being the giant cool CRT in a clear case, which is, be the envy of all your nerdy friends. Yeah, so definitely CoCoFest this year. Going to be a good one. And now, what is next? We've talked about next week's game, the Joust transcode by Glenn Hewlett. Get a copy.
He was our guest next week.
He was our guest interview next week, so he'll talk about all of the process of converting that and coding that and transcoding that. He might have something else to drop as far as maybe another project, a little teaser / reveal, possibly. And what else? What else have we got to talk about? Are we moving on to project updates and acquisitions? Have we missed anything, or do we go to news? Listen, I haven't hosted in over a week. I forgot how this show goes. What do we do next?
How about I have very few game on news things, like literally 4. So how about we do that, and then we go into project updates and acquisitions, and we'll save the news for the end, because there is more news that showed up this morning. So
Oh no, snoozy newsy.
All right. So how about game on news with L. Curtis Boyle, our foreign correspondent?
So far, this is a great rehearsal.
Yeah, this is a great rehearsal for an actual CoCoTALK episode. Had this been an actual episode,
we'll get it right one of these years.
All right, Paul Thayer the Slayer, Redbeard.
Yeah, so he's been working on this project CoCoBan for a while.
Yes.
And he's actually put up for public discourse the level editor.
Yes.
And he's looking for both feedback, like you find any bugs, that type of thing. But he's also looking for feedback for maybe improving the editing interface. The way he's got it right now, you have to scroll through different things. And is there a more intuitive way to present this? And he's got a screenshot. But it's a free upload, or download. I think he put it up in Discord. It's on Facebook and the CoCo group as well. So there's a bit of a zoom up here, and you can see some of the tiles. But you can see these arrow buttons on the right-hand side that let you scroll through your tiles, which, gets a bit cumbersome a little bit. And then he's got all these different commands here, like maybe there's a more intuitive way to do this or something. Like he's just wondering, is there any suggestions as far as the interface goes? So this is an upload not just for testing the editor, but also suggestions on ways to improve it.
The interface and workflow.
It'll test my save him and load him as well.
Ah, excellent.
Oh, is that in there too? Okay, cool.
So this interface is inspired by the interface there's another retro thing, I think it's called Pico 8 or something. That's that generic game console where people are developing all kinds of software for it. And it has its own little level editor, sprite editor. You can make your own tiles and stuff. So he's drawing influence from that interface for this interface here for his CoCo 3. And I think this is really interesting that... because Nick Marentes has done things like this too. It seems like the guys who are making the games are almost writing programs to help them write their program. Level editors and tile editors and sprite editors and, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of interesting that you kind of have to write software to help you write your software.
And it depends on the game developer too, because some people have actually gotten stuff from using external modern tools and imported the code too. Like I think Paul Shoemaker's done that on some of his stuff.
And Jamie Cho, I think, may have done that with his Space Invaders type thing. Maybe some of those assets he just got from using a modern PC and a tool. to do it that way.
So different developers have different approaches. Some
Yeah.
just want to do it all in-house their own way because they know what they're doing and know what they want. And then
Yeah.
others are fine using more generic tools.
Yeah. No, but it's definitely interesting.
I know in my game I've done a mix. I mean, I used MV Canvas to draw the shapes, which was a commercial program like CocoMax back in the day. And then, the level editor I wrote myself because, I needed to fit my specific needs, I think. So I'm using Combo.
Yeah. Cool. Well, check it out.
Yeah. And please give some feedback to Paul if you can think of a way to improve the interface. If you find any bugs, etc., let him know. Next step. Deborah Maxwell has been typing in a lot of games from some of the old CoCo book game books, like source code listings for basic games. And she's been doing a lot of the space ones. So there's a couple books related to the space games. There's the Computer Space Adventures, Computer Space Games, which are a bit more generic games. And if you take a look at the names here on the right, you can also see the CoCo or the CoCoBan editor that Paul just put up here. But you can see a ton of Deborah Maxwell here. This is all the ones that she's been typing in the last while. So she's been just cranking them out. So, feel free to download any of those and maybe give us a bit of a review. I haven't had a chance to download any of them here. They're all cassette images currently, so which means you don't even need a disk drive. If you have a CoCo 1 or CoCo 2 you picked up on eBay type thing, you can probably just, convert it to a WAV and load it right in. So, but it's good that somebody's done this because I don't believe, though, that particular series of books, I don't think sold, the equivalents on tape or on disc already pre-typed in, like some books like Rainbow did. You could buy the corresponding disc set to go with it and not have to type them all in. And I don't believe these did that.
So I want to take this opportunity because she is one of the people that has caused me to think about wanting to share this update on the CoCoPi that I haven't been able to do yet because I want to do it with Ron Klein. But there is a really cool development environment on the CoCoPi that you can write in BASIC. And you can write your code in just a normal editor. And then you save it and you go to a menu and you make it, and it makes it and pulls it up in an emulator. So kind of a cross-assembly, cross-development environment on the CoCoPi that supports BASIC, it supports CMOC, which is the C-like language, and it supports assembly. So if you wanted to write your source code using a modern editor, full screen editor with copy, paste, write it out using a real keyboard and then saving it and booting it up into an emulator, that environment is on the CoCoPi already. I haven't done the tutorial video yet because I want to do that with Ron Klein because he's the mad genius who put all the scripts together to make it super user friendly. But I do want to mention that because as I was seeing these posts on Facebook and people are asking the questions, well, how can I copy and paste in and out of an emulator? Or if I did it in an emulator, how can I show you guys my source code? And there's that whole abstraction layer of how do I get the source code into a virtual machine and how do I get it from a virtual machine out to be able to share it on the internet. And if you don't know all the tools and tricks to do that, it can be a confusing and daunting process. And so for the people who are doing it, everybody's come up with their method. And like anything else in a retro hobby, there's not really a wrong way. But for the people who are new and maybe aren't as tech savvy, if we can create a low barrier to entry, user-friendly way of doing that, then that's just going to empower more hobby fun. And that exists now. And I did it in a little video I recorded today, an intro to the CoCoPi project for SepTandy. I showed a real brief thing. If we have time before the show is over, because I know we're only limited to about 9 hours today, but if we have time, maybe I can do a real quick live demo on that too, because it's a real easy thing to do, and it's very powerful. And then it makes it easy to share either your source code as a text file or the disk image and everything else, because it's all now a file that you can copy and paste, and you can even from the CoCoPi, you can pull up the Facebook group and upload the disk image or upload the text source code to Facebook from the CoCoPi, right? So there's lots of ways to do it. And so being able to write these programs easily and share the source code easily is now even easier to do with the CoCoPi file. So cool stuff.
You're talking about books.
Well, we're talking about now because she's taken stuff from a book, typed it in, and then now converted it to a CAS file so somebody else can look at the program. Okay.
Does anyone want this book?
Terrific games for your Tandy color computer. If nobody else does, I do.
I've never seen it before.
I don't want to be greedy.
Yeah, that's a new one. Is that one that was only published in? No, it's spelled the American way, so it must be.
It's got a tiny catalog number on the back of it.
Can we? Let me see if I can make you bigger, Simon. Hold on one second. How do I do that?
Let me stop sharing here first.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me make you bigger again, Simon. Hold on one second. I'm gonna spotlight you. Okay. Catalog number 62-7007. Flip it around again where we can see the front of it. Go down. Okay. Terrific games for your Tandy Color by Hal Renko and Sam Edwards. Interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
Well, because it's called Tandy Color, that must be maybe a UK EU version.
Except they would have spelled it color COLOUR the proper way. So
okay.
So I have that book, except it's missing the last program, which I would like to get. So if someone gets that book and types that
we
in,
need to archive that if it's not on.
Yeah,
the
it does need to be on the archive, and there's a VIC-20 version of it as well. That's the same programs.
Is that program that's missing?
Yeah, that's the one.
The astrology thing, huh?
Yeah. But I had that back in the day, and I still have that particular one. And it's kind of interesting because there's like a traffic simulator in there as a game where you've got to like try to make all the cars get through the city. There's a couple of code solving puzzles. So it wasn't bad. And the names of the authors are pseudonyms. So the publishing company basically got programs and things from all over and then published them under those author names as a series. Yeah, Black Box was that one you've seen around in a couple of other ways.
Treasure Hunt, The Adventures of the Century, Wolf and the Five Little Goats. Interesting names for games. Fallout, Ship Attack, Mini Mancala. Stop it. That's what people say when we do this show. Kentucky
What's the asterisk
Derby,
mean, I wonder?
Keyboard Memory, Las Vegas A-Go-Go, Galactic Monsters, Zombies in the Swamp. Wow. Some interesting game
talking about
titles.
Washington, D.C. there.
Yeah, right.
So I would gladly give this book to anyone that wants it.
Okay. We should reach out to you. If nobody else calls it, I would definitely like to have it. I'll make sure we get it archived and all that kind of good stuff. I want to take away one book from Brian Weezer, although he probably has it. So,
there is a copy of it available on eBay too for $9.99
okay.
British pounds.
Oh,
British pounds.
To bring it over to Canada here would cost me like almost $70 shipping.
Wow.
Hello.
Worth every penny.
Yeah, worth it.
I'd better come with the tape.
$17 to buy it and $70 to ship it.
Well, what's gonna take from Denmark?
No, that would actually be really cheap to ship.
Yeah. Okay, I'll reach out to you, Simon, if nobody else does. Cool. So, any more Game On news, Curtis? Sorry about that.
A little bit.
Okay, so we're showing off the Paul Thayer editor. We're showing off the cassette files that we can download. Okay.
So next up after that, in the MC-10 group, Jim Gerrie's released a WAV file for an updated Sokoban. And I'm not sure exactly, he didn't really specify what got updated to it. And he also uploaded it as a WAV file, which is a bit different. They usually does the the C10 format the MC-10 uses?
Right.
For a lot of their stuff. So I'm not sure why it's uploaded as a WAV. Jim was in the chat earlier, so if he wants to explain both what the differences are in this update and then also why he chose to do a WAV as opposed to a C10, I'd love to know. So.
And in a future tutorial video for the CoCoPi, we'll be going over how you can download the Jim Gerrie software repository into the CoCoPi and then bring it up on the MC-10 using the MC protocol, which is like their version of DriveWire. And,
the MC server.
Yeah, MC server. And so what we showed a minute ago about the whole type-in programs, that's probably half of the Jim Gerrie library. He takes a lot of these programs that were typed in other magazines from all around the world in various languages and from various countries, and he takes those and converts them to MC-10 Basic. So Jim Gerrie's made a career on this. I know Nick Marentes has got several Ferraris. I'm trying to figure out, I would imagine Jim Gerrie's got a couple of private jets at this point from all his MC-10 software sales, right? So
I also want to mention we are planning the MC-10 special. It looks like it will be October the 23rd. Jim Gerrie will be one of the guests, as will Simon, who's currently on the show as well, and a few others that have committed, and a few others I'm still waiting for responses from.
And
hopefully now that summer holidays is kind of over.
A scant 12-hour show?
No, it's not as many people on that one, and that's on purpose because Dragon Talk was awesome, but people were complaining about sore backs and butts and stuff. So,
right.
And are we having another Dragon Talk 2.0?
Yes, that one is currently tentatively scheduled to be November the 27th, I think it is. Whatever that Saturday, the last Saturday of the month, because that's the Dragon meetup at Cambridge in the UK. It's the first one they've had since COVID started. And we're going to actually get people, like, basically because of the time zone difference, they'll just have already closed up the actual show, but we'll get people on to talk about what they saw at the show, who's at the show, maybe even do some one-on-one interviews during that time as well. So that'll be our second Dragon Talk.
Would they be streaming by chance? Do they have that capability?
We're going to try, but I mean, you'd be having to start catching it at about 3 a.m. our time or something.
Okay, I just didn't know if they were maybe streaming it to YouTube or anything like that. We can watch it at a later time.
Yeah, apparently they do have pretty good internet connection there. I misunderstood. Some people were joking, like, it's like a tin can type thing, and I just figured, okay, maybe the conference room or whatever that they're having it in is bad. But they said no, we're just joking around. So,
hey, how come I keep clicking on Sokoban 4N Wave and nothing happens? What's the deal?
That's because Curtis has got the mouse.
That's right.
I control the horizontal.
You are locked out, Ron.
That's right.
Because if you had control of the mouse, we'd be surfing one of your 14,000 Facebook groups right now. So,
that's correct. Some people are just jealous. Jelly.
You've got as many Facebook groups as Brian Weezer has items in his collection. So.
Let's not get silly here, Steve. Have you seen his U-Haul?
Ron, did you remember to type Claude M?
Claude M, yes.
And apply the wave. Did you remember to do that?
Yes.
Okay. I was just checking the chat. I guess Jim must have stepped away because I don't see him responding. He's usually pretty good responding. So anyway, yeah, look forward to those specials here. And plus, there's a ton of interviews. We've got interviews now booked into December already. So
you better not get sick, Curtis.
Uh-oh. What do we have? Oh, Minecraft. Ooh, Minecraft on the CoCo? What is going on here?
No, this is a little video that Scott Cooper, Tazman in our Discord, he's just been starting to learn the semi-language like a bunch of others have been doing recently, like Mr. Dave 609 and others. And this is his first attempt at doing some sort of a sprite style thing. He's doing it in low res, but it's his first machine language program ever doing this kind of thing. So he's got this little bouncing face.
That is a creeper from Minecraft.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually the original thing was called creeper.mov. So.
Yeah. Okay, so it's like a bouncing ball, but the ball happens to be a creeper. Yeah. No, that's very cool. So this is in semi-graphics?
Of course, you had to slow it down because assembly language, when you first get into this, is like wicked fast. So
that is very cool.
So does that have a little bit of random in it, so it does different things, or is it always the same?
No, I think it just follows a fixed path of, and go in a certain direction, then hits the wall and bounces at a certain angle. So
he's on Discord as Tazman. We can ask him.
Yeah. But I want to try to showcase like some of the people that are just getting into assembly, like Mr. Dave. We just started assembly, I think, less than a year ago, November of last year.
Oh, and he's doing some amazing
he's already
stuff.
got hardware scrolling with animated nebula you're flying over and multiple sprites and stuff, which is a pretty fast advancement for just starting. Yes. I didn't learn it that fast, I'll tell you that. So
you said nebula.
Good job, Tazman. And
should I have said nebulae or what?
No, you did good.
Nebula.
Oh, okay.
And a great use of a Minecraft character in a CoCo product there. So good job.
Yeah, so maybe he'll work on the Minecraft port. There's been joke about doing a 2D version
at that resolution, semi-graphics mode. You making an SG4. Tazman says no, it's not random. Making an SG4 Minecraft would just be a technological. Taking the low-res block game and just making it semi-graphics. Oh my god!
Yeah,
and
just to follow up on last week's news, we mentioned that Jeff Tennyson has been that's Deke in our Discord has been working on the 16550 drivers. Ported from Rick Uland's original ones, and now fixing it up for the Mega Mini MPI's 16550s, and he's actually gotten a lot further. He's actually got the first 689 version test out. But right now, if you lock the port at 57.6 on some of the ESP style modems, he's actually getting like 4,400 character download speeds per second, 4.4K per second now on the CoCo 3. Now he hasn't got it working on the 115.2, and he's thinking it might be because the ESPs have their own flow control systems built in that are overriding what the chip would be doing raw to a modem. So when he tries to bump the FIFO size up to 14 on say 115.2 or 57.6, it actually it loses it and can't handle it. Yet it should be able to handle it, because I know Rick, you can vouch for this. You guys had 57.6 running rock solid. I think 115.2 was a little bit iffy, but 57.6 wasn't the problem at all.
Yeah, that was all good, but I'm also having trouble between the old national chip that we used back then and the new chips that are kicking around now. There's something weird, different in there, and I'm not the assembly guy to figure it out, but it's different.
Also, it might be a chip level problem, not just the ESPs, because he did find out that the ESP has its own caching system that was overriding whatever you were doing and trying to do the CTS RTS handling itself. And he actually did figure out how to reprogram some of that because he was actually having trouble getting past 38.4 for a bit. And now he's out at, running, 4400. When we did the 6552 driver back at work and we'd max that thing out, we were at best, and this was with an overclocked CoCo 3, we were at best getting 2300, 2400 characters per second. He's already got it up to 4400 plus. So if you want to do a Minecraft online game with serial ports and you have a Mega Mini MPI, that might be a real possibility.
Why would anybody need more than 19.2?
Who needs more than 64K, right? So,
sure.
Yeah, I was happy with 4K for about a month.
I mean, you don't need more than 64Ks per segment, and just keep bank switching in and out of multiple 64K segments, and you're never using more than 64K at a time. So, problem solved. So,
but yeah, doing head-to-head CoCo games like with a null modem cable with the Mega Mini MPI, you could be jamming like lots of data across, and it doesn't take as much CPU time because the FIFO only sends an interrupt, once every 8 bytes or 14 bytes. So it becomes like mini disk sectors rather than bang, 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 bang like the original R32 pack does, which is a lot of overhead. So that gives you the capability of doing games you could not do before.
In the old days, we used to want as much baud rate as we could get because we wanted to download programs.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
But now it's nothing. We're putting the SD card on the PC and loading it up with whatever we want. It's not even a thing anymore.
For that, yeah, I agree. But if you want to do a head-to-head game, like say P-51 Mustang Attack Simulator or a game along that ilk where you're playing live, real-time against somebody else on a different CoCo, having something like this would make this a lot easier, and you can make much more sophisticated games because otherwise you're spending so much time just handling the serial port that your game's going to be limited to doing, like, if you still want to do graphics, something else at the same time.
Hopefully that's not the only reason. So, I think what Ron is getting at is why do we need high-speed serial ports in the 21st century when we have so many other ways to get information into our CoCo? And let's not talk about a theoretical game that doesn't exist. What's another valid reason for a high-speed serial port? Drive wire, right?
No, it's say we have it.
Or just to terminal in, you can get, what's the screen, 4500 or something like that on a CoCo? Yeah. So if you wanted to CoCo in, if you wanted to terminal into a CoCo at full speed, you would need the 4,500 characters.
So if you're running an OS 9 or Nitrous 9 system and you wanted a competent terminal connection to OS 9.
Instead of getting up and walking across the room and sitting down at my CoCo and turning on its monitor, I can just pop into it.
Or you could log into somebody else's. I mean, you could if I set one up, Steve, you could log into mine if you want to, grab something or test something.
Alan Murphy's saying because we can. It's a good reason, right? So why do we need bigger, faster serial ports? Because we can. Because it's possible. Yeah. If it's possible, we need it. Right.
I see it for more stuff like I know they've already been testing Deek's current drivers for running IRC, for example, from your CoCo. So you can actually log into CoCo IRC and actually talk.
Well, could you imagine you're on a bulletin board and you're going to download everything as you talk or go do things and chat with people and stuff. But you're right now, I think in any software, you're limited to what space you have, right? On a floppy or a floppy size. You can't dump more than 50K or something onto your and save off your
like 150,
153K, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's like a limitation right there.
Right. Well, so Rocky Hill, Pedro's coming up with some examples like connecting your CoCo to other real-world devices via serial, like a ham radio to talk to the International Space Station, other serial-based peripherals. So to connect newer peripherals to your older CoCo. Some of these newer peripherals expect a higher transfer rate than the original CoCo was capable of. So to be able to connect newer type devices would be another valid reason for a higher speed serial port.
Plus, I mean, in the game front, if you look at Brett Gordon, he did that one RC chat-based artillery style game. You could run that directly without needing the RC. He's also working on that with somebody else,
Jay Cyril.
Jay Cyril for the graphical, diagonal graphics style adventure game that you could play directly against each other. Yeah.
So
And the fact that the MPI comes with 2 high-speed serial ports means you could technically link 3 CoCos together and have a 3-person game running on 3 separate CoCos, all sharing the same game simultaneously, playing against each other.
Have modems ever went past the 56K barrier?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So
have modems themselves, the modems that required phone lines. Was there ever a 115K analog phone modem?
Actually, they accepted that port speed because they did compression and stuff. Yeah,
well,
ISDN definitely did. They were
128K.
Right, and I think actual modem to modem, you were down around 33.6 or something like that. 56K was kind of a very funky piece of equipment that the telco had. You couldn't buy a 56K modem that actually transmitted at 56K from your computer. That wasn't a thing.
Right.
I did. I used to get 53K.
Well, modems were designed to use the telephone line as its medium. So modems weren't designed to be the fastest implementation of serial, but the fastest possible over phone lines. The fastest implementation of serial is going to be a direct connect one device to another on the hard
and
wire.
that's in megabits or gigabits per second.
So,
right, but I mean, the fastest that a modem, I believe the fastest the modem can swing a phone line, a personal modem, was more like 33.6.
I get 53 here regularly.
And the 53 download was because the modem on the telco side had much greater capability than the little white box that you bought from US Robotics.
Oh.
I could be wrong, but I seem to recall all this.
Yeah, because they use like compression techniques and stuff. I remember to get that. Like it wasn't really bumping the speed up per se. It was actually doing flying.
With any form of communications, there's the quote unquote advertised number, but your real world bits per second, even on look at Ethernet, which is a hardwired technology, right? You got 100 megabit, you got gigabit, right? Just because your network interface card says you got a gigabit connection doesn't mean you're going to get 1,000 bits per second every single time that network card is being used. Your actual, throughput is going to vary based on a lot of different other factors. And that is only further compounded when you're going over a phone line or anything else. So the connection speed, if your modem icon said you were connected at 56K, that's great, but that doesn't mean your actual real world transmissions would necessarily be that.
Yeah. Jim Brain in Retro Innovations in the chat saying 56K required the phone company on one end. Modem to modem directly would be limited to 33K, which is true. Like if I was on, logging to CompuServe or something like that, which was going through, I did get.
Yes, you were doing compressions to get throughputs over 33K, and that's why you'd have to lock your serial port at 57.6 or 115.2 because the compression could burst between the modem and the PC at higher than the modem to modem rate.
That's when you needed the UART chips and all that other kind of stuff too, right?
This rabbit hole brought to you by Ron's
Garage.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ron will ask a question and you'll get, listen, Curtis will take 6 hours to explain something if necessary. You don't have to worry about it, Ron. So
I can take longer if you want. I mean,
I can notice we weren't yelling and screaming.
It's a good question because perception is in the eye of the beholder, right? And so for me, I'm not a serial port guy. I don't care how big and how fast and how often the serial port is. I'm never going to use it because all I care about is what can I do on my CoCo SDC or what can I do on my CoCoPi. I want the quick and easy, fun stuff to do. I'm not into the hardcore electronic hobby side of this. I'm into the fast and fun, lighthearted side of it. So everybody's needs and interests are going to vary. And again, it's not a question of right or wrong. It's just what people are into. So there are going to be people who are going to be saying, why are you even asking this question, Ron, right? Why are you trying to limit the imagination of people who want to go 1.2 trillion bits per second on their CoCo 3? Just stop it, Ron, right? But, and there's going to be somebody like you or me is going to say, who cares? We're never going to use it, right? Because I have the CoCo SDC and that's all I'll ever need. So
1.2 gigabits.
Yeah, right. So
600 baud to my TP10.
Right. So that's the great part about this hobby is everybody gets something out of it that works for them. And even within our own group of craziness, we can't always comprehend why other people are doing what they're doing. Somebody on the outside of this is not going to comprehend why any of us are doing any of this. But even what makes sense to us normal crazy people, there are some really more intense levels of crazy that the normal crazy people can't comprehend.
The Paul Barton repacking a CoCo into a case type thing, or you're building your own ID controller. So that's beyond most of us.
There are many levels of insanity in this hobby.
Or if I say WeFax.
WeFax.
Yeah. Bingo.
That's
Some of you guys
that's our new that's our new safe word. We're no longer going to say asparagus. Whenever we need to get out of something, we're
I will say one thing that
WeFax.
I will say one thing that's a little bit more common. DriveWire right now, when you're going through the Bitbanger or even through the RC2 pack,
right,
is basically trying to run so fast that it basically turns into a halting disk controller. Basically everything in Nitrous 9 stops dead while it's transferring. With something like this, you can actually run it at the same speeds or faster than you are now, and it would not stop multitasking.
So that would almost make DriveWire as fast as the CoCo SDC.
Yeah, potentially.
And not having to deal with all the
and not
SD
halt.
cards and everything else, right? So yeah. So there's another reason. All right, we're gonna move on because we only got 8 hours left in this show. So
well, that's it for Game On News. I'm done.
All right, well, let's just keep the train rolling with newsy news, or do you want to do updates and acquisitions, and then we'll do news?
I do update and acquisitions
All
first.
right, so Ron Delvaux, unless you already showed it off, but were you going to show off?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ron Delvaux showed off some of the acquisitions he got from Paul T. Barton. Who else had something to show and tell? Anyone?
I just have the one thing to show that I...
Let me spotlight you real quick. Hold on.
Oh, this will be very quick.
What do we got here? Joystick. IBM PC Junior joystick. Is that from
Yes.
Rick Uland?
Yes, I got it from, got it while we were in VCF.
Okay.
My first sale.
So that's the craft style joystick, I believe?
That's correct.
Was the box crunched?
No. Nope, but it's all ready to go, and I'll be using it. It doesn't have the Tandy or the IBM, but it's very, very clean. I strongly suggest getting one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to reach out to you, Rick.
Let's see the part.
So Rick, a quick question for you. How many do you have in stock, and how much are you selling them for?
I got a couple cases.
Cases?
Well, a couple dozen. I could probably get a couple more if they get popular. $30.
Oh, good. You don't have to finance.
Is that American or Canadian?
Or Australian.
Right.
Wisconian.
All American.
All American. Dead presidents, right? I need 30 dead presidents.
And there's a code too, discount code for CoCoTALK, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, correct. Yeah, that code still works. CoCoTALK will get you 15% off of that.
This has a DIN.
Okay, is there going to be a quiz on this later now? $30, 15% off. That's gonna, I don't know. My head's already starting to hurt. Okay, so whatever it is, it's less than $30. Okay.
And Ron, yes, it does have the CoCo DIN on it, so you just plug it straight into your CoCo.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she's good to go. Test it out.
You didn't show it.
Cool. Yeah, brand new deluxe joysticks. New old stock, right? Now, whatever that acronym is for.
Now I need to get a hold of Paul Fitzgerald and get the adapter too, right? So I can use that on the
CoCo to USB adapter, so you can plug it into
for the CoCoPi.
an emulator, CoCoPi.
Is it the same one?
Hold
that plugs into USB?
Let's spotlight Curtis Boyle. Is that what Paul's adapter looks like? I haven't seen Paul's adapter. I've got an older prototype one that was sent.
Yeah, he's got like the rapid fire switch and stuff here, and adjustable fire rates, and then the DIN, the CoCo joystick there, and USB on the other side. So you can actually use this with like MAME and stuff on a PC too, to plug in a real CoCo joystick.
Yeah, there we go. So, and there was a terminal that when I was taking pictures and stuff and doing my walkthrough from VCF that Paul Fiscarelli saw. And he's like, oh, what is that? Go back there and ask him. And it's the same guy who had the table right next to the gimmicks machine, the Nitrous 9 stuff, OS 9 thing. But it was an old terminal that was only supposed to be a text terminal, but it had some high-res graphics on there because there was some graphics board that was added to it that was a period correct add-on and this whole thing. And there's a whole discussion that is now over, kind of like Ron listening to Paul Barton about what he's doing. For me, listening to how this graphics board worked on this terminal was like, okay, this is a Paul Fiscarelli conversation, but I put him in touch with the guy, and we've been emailing back and forth and stuff. So it's kind of neat. So I just did some walkthroughs, took some pictures, put them on Facebook, did a live video walkthrough, and then as people saw things, he had Discord messaged me saying, hey, can you ask this guy about that thing? And I did, and I got him his answer, and I put them together via email and stuff, and now we're all going to live happily ever after. Cool stuff at VCF Midwest. I don't watch. I mean, I know who the 8-bit guy is. You guys all know who the 8-bit guy is. But there's another YouTuber who I don't usually watch, but LGR Clint, right? So I guess people know who he is. I don't watch too much YouTube, but he was there in 2019 too, and he does a lot of like MS-DOS era stuff. And so he had some really cool MS-DOS PCs. He had wonderful wood grain side finish and stuff. And then he had this rack with a whole bunch of MIDI modules in the rack, and every single one was passed through to the next one. So there was easily, and so back in the old days of MS-DOS gaming, the holy grail was to have this Roland MTU 301 or whatever it was. It was a little Roland synthesizer brain box, and some of the early Sierra Online games started using that before Sound Blasters came out and stuff like that. So he had like 6 different versions of those General MIDI synthesizers in a rack, and each one was being controlled by another board that had all these MIDI pass-throughs. And so he had his MS-DOS rig playing, and he had like 6 or 8 or 24 MIDI synthesizers all running at the same time, coming out of, you know, Altec Lansing speakers, and we were sitting there playing like Quake and Doom and Duke Nukem and stuff, and all these cool first-person shooter games that had the rockin' MIDI soundtracks back in like the 90-ish era. So it was really cool to see that on the real hardware, just kind of amped up a notch. What was that?
How was it to hear?
It sounded awesome because it was on really good speakers and you know, going through a whole thing. That was a kind of a cool setup to see. That, you know, the whole MS-DOS gaming era is a whole other chapter.
And since MIDI is serial based, there's another reason for high-speed serial.
There you go.
Yes, Sam.
So that was a really cool display. All right.
Also, I just want to mention here, Tom Eric Gunderson says, can anyone help me in getting one of those joystick adapters shipped to Norway, as Paul Fiscarelli's shop is not shipped there?
Okay. It's the Roland MT32 is what James Jones says it's called. I knew there were some letters and numbers in there somewhere. I didn't remember what they were all called. I
can talk to Paul about that.
Okay, you can talk to Paul or Tom Eric Gunderson. Are you going to talk to Paul Fiscarelli about being the middleman?
Yeah, I can talk to Paul Fiscarelli about that.
Okay.
Norway is 5 hours drive away from me, so no problem.
All right, reach out to Simon Jonassen, the madman, Tom Eric Gunderson. Okay, so what's next? We're still on updates and acquisitions. I do have one to show, but I'll save mine for last. But Sloopy's here, so good. Anyone else you have something to show, Sloopy?
Yes, I do.
All right, let me spotlight you. Yes, Sloopy.
It is not actually CoCo related, but it's old.
Okay, well, so is half the panel. Oh, a pachinko machine.
Yes, I got.
Oh, wow.
Machine.
Okay.
Well, for those that don't know what that is, what is it?
It makes donuts.
Basically, what it is it's like a mechanical arcade game.
Yeah, we used to call it Chinese pinball, right? You shoot the metal balls up, and it has to bounce through all the little pegs and stuff, and it lands in different pockets for scoring purposes.
So this is the predecessor to pinball, like the stuff that was done in the 30s and stuff, right?
Not so much. I mean, it was like alongside of pinball. It was more common overseas relative to North America. Basically, it's just like this little thing here that just springs back and shoots the ball up, and it goes around in the thing, and then it goes into the various things. It
has no electronics in it?
It's all electromechanical.
It does have lights and stuff.
Yes, it has lights.
Blinky lights.
It was probably big in the 70s, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Most come out when they did
in
it?
the 70s.
Does yours do payouts? Can you gamble with it?
Yeah, it pays out in balls.
That was
small metal balls.
Yeah, when we were kids in the 70s, we had one of these things too. It was kind of, but you know, a pinball machine is more horizontal. This is vertical, so you're shooting the ball up in there, and then it's falling down via gravity, bouncing through all the pegs, and you have to hope it lands in one of the prize pockets versus it's falling into the gutter at the bottom of the screen, right? So.
Right. And something like that's still big over in Japan for gambling machines.
Yeah.
Are the balls big enough for the CoCo mouth?
They're probably a little bit smaller than that. They're definitely like steel ball bearings, but
there you go.
Yeah, because the
it's smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, they can definitely be considered to be a lethal weapon if you have a nice good slingshot with those things.
Well,
so.
Paul Barton would shoot those.
Yeah. Oh, from his musket.
From his muskets.
Yeah.
These are actually the same size as what I would buy for my slingshot.
Yeah, and they were kind of engraved and stuff, so they had little designs on them and stuff. I had one of those, and I like that shirt, by the way. I just got that. I got that design too, right in time for the event.
So what's that go for? What's that go for?
What, a pachinko machine?
Yeah.
I guess it depends.
Well, my son's grandmother got moved from her house into a nursing home, and so I got it for free.
Oh, great.
Yeah, my son originally grabbed it because it was old, and he'd seen it in his grandmother's house all his life, and he grabbed it, and he's like, I don't know what to do with it.
Oh,
so he's
by the way,
like,
Grant, are you still here?
Yeah.
This is Sloopy. Remember you saying, I'm not sure who Sloopy is when Sloopy was going to possibly stay with us?
Yeah, now I know who he is.
This is Sloopy. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Sloopy.
Nice to meet you too. We've talked a few times, and I don't smell.
You don't? That's not what I heard. Well, according to Grant, my farts smell. So
maybe I'll trade him out. Trade you out for him.
All right.
I don't know if that'd be an upgrade, but
side grade.
What is your actual real name?
My real name?
Yeah.
My real name is Chris.
Oh.
I actually got my nickname back around 83, 84, because when I was in high school, I hung out with two other people named Chris, and you'd say, "Hey, Chris," and you get 3 answers. And literally, it's not like an online moniker like for a lot of people. I mean, literally, I've worked at jobs where I was actually called Sloopy, or if you called and asked for Chris, you would not. They would be like, "There's no Chris that works here." You would have to actually ask for Sloopy.
That's just been your name for a long time.
Yes.
Cool. And anyone else with an acquisition update? Anyone?
Quick cautionary tale.
Oh, yeah.
I reproduced the Tandy hard drive controller to try to get this thing working.
Okay.
And I had my choice to put any kind of connector on it I wanted. So I just used the card edge fingers that Tandy used because it was cheap and easy, right? And then I went to get cables for it. This connector is obsolete, made out of pure unobtainium, and it costs more than all the rest of the parts, getting the board made, 3D printing the case, etc. itself. So check availability before you design something, kids.
So what would plan B be? To go to like a pin edge connector or something?
Yeah, you could very easily use a different connector, but since I'd already made the boards, and I'm only making a few of these for very specific people, I just ponied up and got a couple, 3 connectors. But yeah, kind of surprising. Yeah, connector 50 cents, connector 50 cents, connector 11.50.
What?
Yeah, and there's standard cables. I could get the whole cable for less than that and have the regular DIN connectors on both ends. But anyway, just
why don't you do like Paul and just solder each one?
Yeah.
Right. Well, you need the card edge style connector, because that's what Tandy. Here's the original Tandy cable, which, as you can tell, there's no way in the world you're going to connect a CoCo to that drive case with this cable out of a multi-pack. It's just not
long enough.
It's not big enough to do that. But I figured, okay, well, this is some kind of standard cable. I can get some. There, old cables are everywhere. No, they ain't.
No.
Anyway,
have you tried it? Or you haven't put it together yet?
Yeah, I've kind of tested it with the Tandy cable, just going to the host adapter to the hard drive and verifying that it's talking. I haven't actually found a drive that works and, got it all put together to demo, but that's where I'm headed. I need one done by CoCoFest so I can hand it off.
Are you coming to CoCoFest?
Yeah, I got a table and all that good stuff.
Excellent. And speaking of CoCoFest, because we're continuing to speak of CoCoFest, I have a feeling that all of the hosts are going to be there. Mark Bosley just booked his flight, so Mark Bosley is going to be there. I am planning on being there. Grant Leighty is going to be there. And hopefully Mark Overholzer is going to be there too. So most of the people who are the panel and the broadcasters of this program are going to be at CoCoFest. So CoCoTALK CoCoFest weekend is going to be a different flavor of CoCoTALK. It's not going to be the canned show that we have now. It's probably going to be a bunch of just cameras in a corner somewhere streaming stuff, and we'll get on and talk from time to time. But since we're all going to be there and we're going to be more focused on just enjoying being there and being in the show, it might not be your typical episode of CoCoTALK on November 6th weekend, but there will still be some form of live something going on from CoCoFest. Will it be a show versus just a stream or a stationary camera? That is all to be determined, but just be aware that that we're probably all going to be there in person. And that might just be your reason why even have a stream. Just everybody, there's only like 40 people who watch this show. Just all of you, just make your plans and be there. We'll be there in person. We will just have a live CoCoTALK at CoCoFest in person. We don't need a camera for that because we'll be there. We can talk Coco. We can talk about serial port speeds and cable connectors and all kinds of goodies there, right? So
I will mention, if they can't open the borders up, like none of us Canadians, like William Astle, Neil Blanchard, myself, and a bunch of others will not be able to make it.
This is a good thing.
I've actually been talking with Tony, and we're going to try to set up so that I can do a live stream for a little Nitrous 9 Q&A presentation type thing. So I don't know if that'll be part of the show or
presentation.
Yeah, I know a tunnel.
A tunnel.
Are you going to twist my arm to be there too?
Sloopy?
Yeah.
Get there.
And just to let you know too, it was brought up during the Glenside meeting that Jim Brain is going to try to also make this CoCoFest virtual too for our friends from Canada that can't come across.
And Australia and anywhere else. Too.
Exactly.
Right.
Norway, for example, with Tom.
Well, I mean, things with this pandemic change all the time, and right now it doesn't seem like things are always changing for the better. But I do hope in the next 2 months things might work for Canada. It'd be great to have you guys because there are a lot of you there. You and Henry Wrightbeld and William Astle,
Neil, William, Bruce Moore.
Neil, Bruce Moore. There's a lot of Canadian coconuts, and so it'd be great to have you guys all at CoCoFest for sure.
Or maybe we can just have our CoCoFest
It won't be
in Canada.
the same without them.
Will not. And so Jim Brain is saying virtual presentations will be available at CoCoFest. So if you guys want to be able to present in the presentation room and you can't be there physically, then you can just hologram yourself in there and we'll do a virtual presentation.
Yep, that's what I volunteered for. So
okay, so it's all still kind of a work in progress. Any more project updates and acquisitions? Anyone going once, going twice? All right, well then I will go ahead and show off mine here real quick. And this was sent to me while I was away at VCF Midwest, but let me put it all back together here. But what we're looking at here is a wonderfully 3D printed CoCo case in 2 parts, and this case is designed to house a Raspberry Pi 4. And so you put all the pieces together. It's got all the
It's already yellowed.
Yeah, it's already yellowed, right? It's going to need some retro brighting, right? So it's kind of golden. It's kind of neat. It's the golden shower edition of the CoCo. But yeah, it has all the cutouts here for the power and for your HDMI connections and your composite connector and all those goodies there. On the side here, where the cartridge port would be in Australia, because this is on the opposite end. But this is where, like, I guess where the SD card. I haven't tried putting my Pi 4 in here. But it's just really cool. And the keyboard is in a couple of pieces. So you've got the black piece that has the kind of bezel, and then the keys are white, and they're kind of bumpy 3D above that. So this is a really well designed one. Did you print this?
The keyboard
yourself?
works too, right? Keyboard
actually works, yeah. And this is actually a 2-scale MC-10 keyboard, by the way. So yeah. Did you print this yourself, Sloopy?
Yes, I actually printed that myself.
Yeah, no, it's good.
How much are they?
Honestly, I can't print anymore because I ran out of the gold and silver. Because I mean, I actually have one for myself in silver.
Oh, a silver CoCo case. That is cool. That is really cool.
But I could probably print some more out if I got silver for, I don't know, I guess like $30 plus shipping.
Okay.
If a bunch of people want to get together and do it all at once, that'd probably make it a little bit easier. So
awesome.
Rick Uland, we have a question in the chat here from Garrett Reynolds. He says, craft CoCo question. I've converted several of these for folks as well. Did anyone find batches where the pots were super sticky or stuck? Did you hit that problem with any of the ones you ordered?
I had a couple that weren't put together correctly where the centering wheel wouldn't work and had to finagle that. And I had a couple where the cable had sort of turned, I don't know, given off oil or something. It was actually greasy. I had to wipe all the oil off of it. But nothing that was functionally bad other than the two that had been physically put together wrong, where the centering wheels wouldn't work.
Okay.
So that's weird.
It's weird how certain compounds kind of break down over time, like rubber. Things with rubber feet, those rubber feet start to melt and get sticky.
Right.
You know, certain plastics, because they're based out of petroleum or oil, they will start to, with heat or age or time, start to become oily and stuff too. So there are just certain things that were produced and the years turn them into things less desirable than what they used to be. And that's happening to my body, by the way, too. So I'm much less desirable.
I don't know if your body was ever desirable, Steve.
I did notice IBM must have had more than one supplier, because even inside of a case, there would be a couple that were slightly different. They used different screws to put them together. They were packed slightly differently. It's just, obviously they were making up case lots from some mix of suppliers. So it might be a gamble what you get.
Yeah.
So I want to mention in the chat there, Scott Cooper says, I'm looking forward to CoCoFest. Will be my first one. Can't wait to meet everyone.
And he may or may not live to eat those words if we're going to carpool. So Scott, yeah.
I feel sorry for him.
Yeah. But so number one, we had Portella's, which is good food, but greasy food. But yeah, so let's just say there was an EMP or two that ended up firing off in the hotel room during the weekend. So walls shook, you know, the
paint melted,
all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Good times.
Coco's yellowed.
Coco's yellowed.
There, everybody's wondering why Coco's yellow. Now we know.
All right. So what's next? Newsy news?
Yep.
All right. So I will go
Right into, or do you want a commercial break?
No, let's just keep it rolling.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on.
Ron, take a potty break. You don't need a pass. You don't need a hall pass. You can just do it. It's news. You're not gonna miss anything. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and where are my segments? Okay, we're gonna start off with it.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, take it away, L. Curtis Boyle.
Okay, first of all, the first thing I'll mention here is actually not on the screen. So the Amigos are having, and they just do this once every few months. It's called the ICC International Computer Club, and it's basically a bunch of people with a wide variety of retro machines or modern takes on retro, etc. It's basically a wide open thing. And it's people literally from all over the world. We have people from Europe, we have people from Australia, we have people from Canada, the States, etc. And three of us on the CoCoTALK panel are actually going to be on it tonight, and that starts at 6 p.m. Eastern. I think we're doing a pre-show for people who can show up early just to do last-minute checks on video, audio, etc. at 5:30. But basically, Stevie will be on to present the CoCoPi. I will be on to present Joust and kind of a show of my Liberation game as far as I got in before I kind of got paused. And Nick Marentes will be on to show an update to 0 Hours. So for you guys who don't get enough CoCo stuff, because we didn't make a full 6-hour show today, you can join us there and it'll get extended.
Oh,
Plus a lot of other retro stuff. If you know other retro, there's a ton of other stuff happening too.
Cool. Amigos.
And that's on their Twitch channels, of course. Okay. And I think you still have the sharing set up with them so that their shows show up.
We host them, so it'll show up on our Twitch channel too.
Okay. So I just wanted to mention that up front. Okay, so the first story here, which is on the screen now, I hope you guys can see, the World of Retro Computing Expo for 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So for the people in Canada, in case we can't get down to CoCoFest and we haven't been able to get down to VCF or anything else, this is a retro computer show on September 25th, so next weekend, at the Cambridge Hotel and Conference Center in Cambridge, Ontario. So that's just southeast of Kitchener-Waterloo. I think it's west of Toronto. They're having a retro show, and it's $10 for adults. It's completely free for anybody 18 and under, and it's a wide variety of machines type thing.
You know what is not retro about that picture?
What?
That is my old soundboard. That's the Novation Launchpad, which is, and there's nothing.
Well, you just said it's an old soundboard, right? So
well, it's my old one that I stopped using because it sucked. But yeah, it's a 21st century device. So that picture in the background, that is the controller I was using as my soundboard before I got my Stream Deck. So that's just kind of funny.
I thought that was a disco floor.
I don't even know if they knew what it was when they grabbed that picture, because maybe it just looked retro to them. But
isn't that dancing thing from the big movie with Tom Hanks?
That's some Saturday Night Fever stuff going on there, right? So, cool.
Anyway, it's happening next weekend.
So
I know Henry's going, Neil's going.
Kind of like
I don't know
Canadian
who else is
VCF type thing.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Cool. Unfortunately, it was short enough notice. I can't get there, in a week anyway. So, but yeah, for anybody in the Ontario area or maybe Eastern Manitoba or something like that, might be able to get down, or Quebec or something. It's not too much of a drive. So, yeah, if you can't make it to CoCoFest because of the various restrictions don't get lifted or whatever, there is a chance for you next weekend to actually get together.
That is on a weekend?
Yeah, next Saturday.
Well, if anybody who does make it, if you're able to maybe stream some stuff from us so we can watch it vicariously through your iPhone, that would be cool too. So reach out to us.
Yeah, so Henry, if you're listening here, we'll have to post that in the Discord chat too, because Henry's there as well.
Excellent.
That's good. Next up, Juan Castro posted a link here to a Brazilian blog he did of making a graphical text driver, which was inspired by his original use of Super Color Writer back in 1984. Super Color Writer was by Nelson Computer Systems and later became VIP Writer. And that's, of course, VIP software that did the whole suite. And basically, over the years, he's done, it's been a very slow process of development. He kind of goes in, there's procrastination here. And we had a lot of these types of programs back in the day. It was like the Solution by Snake Mountain Software. There was Screen 64, Screen Machine. There's a whole bunch of them. And basically, it was graphical fonts on the screen, but accessible through BASIC. So he's been actually working on it. He kind of goes to the entire history here of, doing it in various chunks, bits and pieces here. So here he's showing one of the earlier versions of it here.
Wow, that looks really nice.
It actually gives you more resolution. It's not 32 by 16. I think it's 51 by 21 or 24, something like that. And here he shows where you can actually mix, graphics commands and stuff from BASIC with the.
Yeah, I remember having a program like this back in the day where I could mix graphics and text.
But now he's got like an extended character set. So you got a lot of the European stuff if you want to add that, some little graphical bits here too. Now, the one thing he's done interesting here that was not done back in the day is he's actually got this, and it's not available yet because he's still got some other stuff he wants to add, but he's actually made this part of the HDB DOS ROM update. So this becomes ROM. When you boot your CoCo, it comes up like this.
Wow.
And this is all built in. So he's actually added some, what?
Let's imagine having that for like a level 2 or level 1 OS 9 or something too, just having a little bit more.
Like the Dragon actually boots up like this too. That's kind of like that too. But for basic people, this is an excellent thing for CoCo 1 and 2 because it gives you more resolution, true upper lowercase, more characters on the screen, special custom design characters, mixed text and graphics.
Right, and
he's been adding a few other things too to the basic too. And one of the reasons he hasn't released it yet is because one thing he wants to add is on-air go-to, so that all CoCo 1.2s would boot up with HDB DOS. Would not only get this whole graphical text stuff, but also get on-air go-to, a locate command, a longer duration timer, 2-button joystick support.
Ooh.
So he's adding a whole bunch of stuff to this here. So he's actually getting pretty close to getting it ready. So for those of you that do run HDB DOS and run DriveWire and stuff and have a CoCo 1 and 2 and want to kind of expand what you can do in BASIC right as soon as you turn the machine on, rather than have to load all these little extension programs, it's a pretty cool looking project.
Just hot off the presses, Curtis Boyle. Jim Brain has mentioned there's a news item you don't have, and that's tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. The Trash Talkers will be live. So I'm not sure if you can maybe pull up a new tab towards the end and pull up the Trash Talkers. I don't know if it's trashtalkers.com or whatever it is, but just
it's a YouTube page if I remember correctly.
Okay. So thank you, Jim, for getting it hot off the press. And the 9-hour
Jim,
show
if you can post the link in there too, I'll
yeah,
throw it
Jim,
in
if you
tab.
can post the link. Yeah. The 9-hour show has just gone to 10 hours now because we got more to cover. So
yeah, well, that and we've got you're going to watch CoCoTALK, then you're going to watch ICC, and then you can jump straight into Trash Talk after
there you
that.
go.
So
Boom.
basically, your entire day is blown now. Hope you guys didn't have lives.
Paul Thayer.
Yeah, so Paul, of course, we were talking about it on CoCoBan before, but what he's also been doing now is actually taking some of the semi-language subroutines that he's been doing, and I'm sure Simon and others have helped him with this kind of stuff, but he's actually been publishing them on a GitHub. So if you want to not have to reinvent the wheel, you can go to his GitHub and grab some stuff. So he posted about this on Facebook, and then he's got his actual GitHub itself here. So this is the routines he's got here now with nice descriptions of what they are. And if you click on them, they'll actually show this assembly language source code for it. So if you want to create a 256 by 192 16 color high-res screen in the CoCo 3, which takes less memory than a 320 screen, so you can get the full color but not as much RAM. And a bunch of other things like direct sector load. I don't know, Simon, is that something you contributed to for Paul, I'm presuming? Just I haven't sit over here. I don't even know.
Guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Not guilty, he says.
So yes. Okay. But he's talking about like joystick reading routines, keyboard routines. Go ahead, Simon.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Oh, guilty and innocent. Okay.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Oh, guilty until proven innocent. I gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Sorry.
So we might as well just stick with guilty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at the disclaimers in some of the code.
Anyway, for those budding assembly language programmers, like I said, do not want to reinvent the wheel and don't want to have to like learn all the intricacies of the hardware. You just say want to write a game or something. You got some stuff here for doing, disk access, joysticks, keyboard, setting up special screen, graphic screens, etc. How to cold start the CoCo on the exit of your game, for example, so you're not leaving a bunch of trash. The trash is basic around. So he's going to be adding to this as he goes, and maybe even adding features to some of these bits. But it's just little chunks of assembly language you just insert in your own code, which would save you a lot of time. So good project, and I'm glad he's sharing it all. And thanks, Simon, for sharing your stuff too.
I should probably set up a GitHub page actually, because I've got masses and masses and masses of weird, funky blur.
That sounds like a good title for the GitHub page. Wacky, funky blur. I don't know how you're going to spell it, but it sounds awesome.
Blur.
Next up here, we've got Jason Downs. Now, we've been talking about the Super Sprite Plus board, FM Plus board, which is basically the MSX2 hardware, graphics, sprite, and sound chips into one extension card that will work on a CoCo or a Dragon. And John Whitworth has started shipping them, and Jason Downs here has actually got a picture receiving his.
Nice.
And of course, Per Surratt's been working on drivers for OS 9. He's been working on the HD game conversions. He's actually got several games converted over to use all of the new hardware, not just just the sound chip, say, or just the graphics. He's actually got the 16 color sprites and multi-voice sound all running on some of these already. So there's actually some software support for it. But it's good to see these shipping. I know John had gotten some problems here with some of the parts. It suddenly tripled in price overnight type thing. So, but he's got enough interest in it. He's still going to make more boards. He's been trying to figure different sources to try to get the price back down because he doesn't want to jack the price up too much. But I'm glad he's shipping. And I don't know if anybody here in the panel's ordered any.
I'd like one. I definitely would. I haven't ordered one yet. It is.
Simon, do you have one? Because I know you were kind of part of that too.
I think the major issue is the graphics chip. The graphics chip is really, really, really shot up in price.
Okay.
I don't think the sound chips or the RAM or even the CPLD or anything are major issues. It's probably the graphics chip because it's same graphics chips as an MSX or an MSX2 uses, so they're in high demand.
Okay. So have you actually got one, Simon, or?
Yeah, I have a prototype.
And does anybody else here on the panel order one of these yet?
I don't think anyone on the panel's got one. I think prototypes were given to me and to Pierce and a guy from Australia.
Not naming Nick Marentes.
Barry something or other.
Yeah, because I know his first batch he made, I don't remember, Stevie, was it 20 or 25 he had in the first batch? And he's actually shipped all of them, like all of those are sold already and out. So there's actually out in the wild the commercial ones now, so including Jason's. Yeah. But for those of you not seen the board up close, the final version here, that's what it looks like.
It's good looking
What's
board.
it do?
It sprites and sound chips. It 16 color graphics, music,
hardware sprites, multi-voice sound, extra RAM.
It says 6809, but there isn't one on here.
No, this plugs into a CoCo. It's a cartridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Per Surratt's drivers and stuff are all of course 6809 based.
16 color graphics is putting it lightly because you can get 256 colors out of 500.
Do you have to add electric to it? We're in the corner.
Is that a power supply or is that a audio jack?
Where you at? Where you
the
at?
top right-hand
Upper right
corner.
corner there?
There looks like a little barrel connector
Yeah,
there.
That's because the Dragon, the cartridge slot on the Dragon might not provide enough power to power everything. So you can plug in an external DC adapter like you can with a mini MPI.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, because some CoCo boards too, where if you had a multi-pack, you did need external power, but if you didn't, you couldn't get all that power from the CoCo.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
cartridge board.
it might not be an issue. It might not be an issue, but it's provided per se if it does become an issue where the power supply on board cannot supply enough power to keep up.
Yeah, you
And
can
what's
see
the
the
plat-
date. You can see the date on that Yamaha chip there, 1988.
What are the plastic thingies in the bag for? Standoffs?
Probably.
Standoffs, because the Dragon sits a lot lower. The cartridge port sits a lot lower than the CoCo does. So for me, I've got to put really big standoffs just to support the board so it doesn't really press on the cartridge port.
Oh, so it hangs out too far.
Too
Well,
low, I think.
It's a pretty long board. It's a pretty long board. I mean, do you want to see the prototype? I've got a prototype. Does anyone want to see the prototype?
Yeah.
To this
Sure.
board?
I'll stop sharing so you can throw that.
So give me 2 seconds to find it, and I'll find the prototype. You can have a look at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just let us know when you get
Well,
grab it there.
Okay, well, I guess we can go ahead and roll another news article then.
Okay.
Well, he's getting that. Okay, so we've been showing that off for a while now. It's a cool board that makes the CoCo 2 run like an MSX system, but with the power of the 6809 behind it, right? So it's a cartridge that adds graphics and sounds to the CoCo.
And RAM and
RAM and
a
all
whole
kinds
bunch
of
of stuff.
stuff.
It's
Extra
a
video.
nice multi-IO board
512K on there?
meant for gamers, basically.
All right, next.
Now, there's been a ton of weekly updates here on the CoCoPi project. Stevie, you probably know more about this than I do.
Honestly, not as much as Ron Klein does right now. What I can tell you is this. For those who are not aware, CoCoPi has been around for a while. CoCoPi has been around for probably 4 years, but this latest version has gotten more attention and more updates and more things are happening now than we've had probably in the history of the 4 years of this project. So with the new website, I've just made it real easy to post updates to the website as a little quick blog post, and then there's a bot that will automatically post the blog post to the Discord channel, and then there's a button where it can be shared to the Facebook group. So the ability to document the changes and additions now are real quick and easy, and Ron Klein has just been a machine. So I don't even know what's all in the latest update. I know it fixed issues with MAME. The previous update is talking about a MAME update because Tim Lindner is on the bleeding edge of tweaking MAME for new features and stuff. And so the nice thing about the CoCoPi is you can just run a GitHub update and it'll update all the repositories and figure out what's new. And then you can just pull the latest version of MAME. And because Ciaren is also doing rapid fire development on XROAR, because the support for the CoCo 3 and XROAR is being changed and updated on almost a daily basis, the ability to pull in those updates and download those updates directly to the Pi is happening at breakneck speeds. And the great thing about this platform is it's all updatable online. So as the updates happen, they're just little write-ups letting you know that they're happening. I don't know all the details on some of these updates because things are happening faster than I can keep up with them at this point, to be honest. But
Also, Ron Delvaux's picture gallery, and I guess, Ron, you're planning on adding some more picture galleries later, too? Or?
Yeah, I keep making pictures as time goes on, and I have a folder on my machine here. And as they gather a little bit, I'll ship them off to him, and he'll make it. So all you have to do is go to the menu and update the gallery, and you'll have all the latest stuff.
Right. So one of the features that has been on CoCoPi for a while is an attract mode, where it'll just run through and play different things. But one of those attract modes is this to kind of like a screensaver or slideshow of all Ron's high color. He's using Sockmaster's high color converter. So Ron's taken a lot of pictures and converted them to the high color format where they look real nice on a CoCo 3. And so this just runs that in attract mode where it's kind of like a slideshow. It'll just keep cycling through these various CoCo 3 high color images like every minute or two. There's an attract mode where it'll cycle through all the various CoCo 3 high color images like every minute. Who's just bringing in audio? There's an attract mode. We just did that.
I like hearing about it.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that it does. And so all you're seeing on this page here is the constant updates that are happening on the project. Okay, Simon is... Stop sharing, Curtis. Hold on, Simon. Let me make you big. Okay, there's the board. Yeah, it's a pretty long one.
Yeah, it looks pretty close to the final commercial one, too. It doesn't look radically
Right,
different.
that's the original name, the MSX2 Plus board, before he called it the Super Sprite whatever, right? So...
It's 0.5 beta.
Beta.
Yeah, and
this board has not given up any smoke, huh?
if you look at the tag here, right now you've got a different J tag. If you look at the other board, you've got a different J tag.
Okay.
And that's to reprogram it after the fact, right?
Yeah. And if you look at the edge connectors here, these are actually silver. These are actually tinned. If you look at the new board, it's got gold edge connectors.
Okay.
And again, the bottom of the board.
Okay.
And it's got all the addresses for.
Okay.
If you've got
it's all been silk screened on there, yeah.
Do you have a Dragon?
I swapped my Dragon 32 for a CoCo 3.
Good move.
So I didn't have a CoCo 3, and I wanted a CoCo 3, so I swapped my Dragon 32 for a CoCo 3, and I thought it was a good deal. So, but this is the beta board, and if you look at the new board, a lot of stuff has been changed because there were multiple issues with noise, both on the audio and the video side.
Okay. Have you done any test coding for it? Have you tried blasting sprites and sound out of it yet?
I have not, and I've promised him to do it. I've just been, up to my ears in crap. So.
Yeah.
But thing is, the output on it.
Is that SCART?
Yes.
So you get audio and video out of that one connection?
Yep, you do.
Oh, that's brilliant. And those in the CoCo 3 world, we've already got the SCART to HDMI adapter because of the switcheroo cable.
So it's got a SCART output, and I think probably on the new board you've got some other connections. I mean, there's some slight differences on the boards. I mean, you'd have to compare them to each other.
Mm-hmm.
How much memory was on the board?
On this one, there's 128K.
And that memory is used for video memory and sprites and sound data and stuff like that. Probably it's all audio visual stuff. That's I don't. Can you run code out of that memory, or is that for more of the audio visual assets?
Well, the Yamaha chip itself does have some. The video chip itself, from what I've read from the data sheets, does have some instructions that can transfer memory inside itself from one area to another, like bounding rectangle or something. So yes, it will. The chip itself will run some code internally, if you will, but it's not because you can just shove 6809 code on the board.
No, but I mean the RAM that's on that board is not RAM that CoCo software can run in. It's CoCo software code, right? The RAM that's on that board is more for the chips on that board to use for audio and video data, I would guess.
It's dedicated. It's dedicated for video RAM. It's dedicated for video RAM.
Right. Okay. But that's cool. It's neat.
And you run both displays with it? Both the display on the Dragon and on that?
You can switch between them. And that was an issue on this board. That you would have to run, say, maybe a modulator output on the CoCo and run the SCART on the other one and have to switch between them.
Yeah, John Whitworth has demos that actually on some of his videos that he's put up showing the board running.
Where he can switch between them.
Yeah.
But can you use them both at the same time?
Potentially, yes.
Yes, I believe so. Because I think one of his demos, he actually has like the Dragon screen on the 32 column RF out. or a composite out, and then he has kicking in the other one running something else. But you can see both are actually functioning briefly, though he usually has the driver shut one off for the other type thing. But I don't see why not. I mean, they're totally separate connectors. Like Simon said, it has its own video RAM and stuff on the card that's talking to the SCART, and the Dragon still has its own thing talking to the VDG. So you should be able to run both, I would think.
So how much money is this card?
I'd have to take a look on the site. We announced it last time when we talked about it, but I can't remember the price. It wasn't a ton. It wasn't like for all you're getting on it. It's
I think
actually
it was
not
under 200. Like might have been in the 120 to 180.
Yeah,
price
120
range.
pounds, which is basically the equivalent of American dollars these days. So it's around that.
Yeah, and I think it comes in two versions because this one has been expanded to 128K video RAM. I mean, you can just use 64K video RAM.
So this is on my wish list to have, and I definitely want to have one. And I know it's kind of a unique item for collectors because there's not a lot of support for it right now. Although the AGD ports, as more things are being ported, a lot of these Spectrum games will run in full color and in great sound on here. So there is a library of software that will get converted. It opens up a whole new door for new development. So I would like to have one because I like to collect some of the new hardware that's on the market. But for those who are interested in experiencing this, it is currently emulated in MAME. That's one of the things that Nigel Barnes added to it. We talked about this on Dragon Talk. So you can do this in MAME. Yeah, Simon.
I will say, yes, it's emulated in MAME. Yes, it's emulated in MAME, but only for the Dragon right now.
Ah, okay.
So I can't remember who it was that done the actual.
I think Tim Lindner has converted it to the CoCo though.
Yeah, well, right now I'm trying to do some tests on MAME because I like to develop on the PC and try it out on because it's faster for me. I try it out on the real hardware afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so far, the only emulation I've got, unless there's a completely new version of MAME since 14 days ago, probably is, probably like every 5 seconds, then it's only for the Dragon right now. And it's the MAME emulation for the Dragon uses the because you have to have like an SDC plugged in or something.
Like an MPI
Dragon,
or something.
Yeah, but it's not CoCo MPI support. On the Dragon, they got something called the OGGamer flip.
Ooh.
Because the Dragon case is a lot lower and stuff like that. So literally you can mount a board inside the Dragon where you've got like a cartridge port that if you imagine it was like a Y cable.
Okay, but just kind of curved around so you could put it in.
You imagine it's like a Y cable, but it's not a Y cable. It's actually real connectors, like where these plug in.
Right.
So inside the Dragon itself, you've got this board.
Right,
so you
right.
Just seeing the other board.
Right. So it's kind of basically like an extension cord to the edge connector that almost makes it like a daughter card inside the computer.
Inside the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the MPI technically works on the Dragon electrically, but like Simon said, the cartridge slot is basically right at ground level, whereas ours is raised up. So you'd have to have it propped up, and the Dragon would be floating on the right-hand side, on the cartridge side type thing. So you'd probably get shorts and bends and all kinds of crap happening.
So, but this thing's called the OGGamer flip.
Okay. All right. Cool stuff. All right. Well, thank you, Simon, for sharing that. And what else we got in the news, L. Curtis Boyle?
I'm just switching over right now. Hey, so next up, Timothy Halloran here has been testing his Color Computer 3 here, loading cassette software, and he shows a sample of Adventureland from Adventure National, Scott Adams. But the difference with this CoCo 3, aside from the fact he's got that new colored background on the Ed Snyder keyboard, which looks awesome,
yes,
is that this is a completely USB-A powered CoCo. There's no power transformer, there's no wall plug or anything else. So, and he said the current draw is 7.73 amps. If you guys will picture of it,
that is super cool. That is wicked awesome.
So yeah, no power transformer, no nothing. It's just USB-A, plugs in, and away you go. Now, how many, like we're talking about the amount of peripheral draw on the board for the Dragon we just talked about here. I mean, that probably will not run off USB-A. I'm guessing if you plugged it straight in, that's probably taxing it too much. But it's nice having the option if you don't even want the power transfer. Plus, he said the case runs a lot cooler not having all that stuff in there.
Right, because the power supply itself is doing a lot of heat exchange during the power conversion. That's
yeah.
Man, 21st century is here. Let's all embrace it, people. Let's
Dude,
embrace
so you
it.
can run this in your car
Yeah.
and Bluetooth it to your
Bluetooth. Yeah, let's Bluetooth our CoCo to our car stereo. And,
Well, you got to remember, Boise did do the Toyota project back in the 90s, where actually had a CoCo 2, linked up directly to the computer in his Toyota truck. And it would actually, I think it had a speech sound pack in it too, and it actually would speak things from what the computer on the truck was
Can you
relaying.
imagine a CoCo powered GPS and driven by the speed, turn left, and 200 feet, turn left.
Bridge out ahead.
slow down.
Cool stuff, Timothy Halloran. We have so many brilliant people out there. This is
Speaking
cool,
of-
dude. This was so cool.
Yeah, Allen Leno. I mean, we've seen Mr. Dave 609's done some projects of a similar ilk, but Allen finally completed the project where he's gutted out. And what does he got inside of this exactly?
Hey,
I
hold
was
on one
trying to-
second. Hold the presses, because we also have some live breaking news in the live chat from Garrett Reynolds. He says, "Woohoo! Live on CoCoTALK. My Popstar Pilot Gunstar and Pipes was just delivered. The only snag was there was no Ferrari Hot Wheel included." Okay, so he just
Yeah, I
got
think he
his-
misunderstands it. The Ferraris go to Nick. It's the games that ship out.
He just got his entire Nick Marentes collection in the mail while watching CoCoTALK. Perfect timing. And congratulations.
And I'm sure there's a psychiatric treatment available for you for doing that. So
Well, this is a PC and a CoCo, right?
Yeah, it's emulation, but it looks super cool.
He has a Windows logo on the
Yep.
corner.
Yeah.
But I love.
But you can
the
see he's like
use-
rejiggered the ports here.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. I love the use of how he's getting HDMI and USB and stuff out of the back of the CoCo case.
He's got lights in it. and
Blinky
he's got
lights, neon lights inside, your LED, RGB lights.
It is working with real CoCo
Yeah.
joysticks, though.
Yeah. Got
He's
some
got-
type of little readout there on the top that looks super wicked cool.
That's a nice keyboard, I have to say.
Yeah, that is a super cool keyboard.
Here he's running completely different. That's an Apple II game.
Well, there's no accounting for taste, but it's still a nice machine. Then there's your Windows 98 second edition. Really? So is he emulating Windows 98 SE on here too? Or is that
That
the
reminds
core,
me
is
of
that
my
the
Windows
core
95
OS?
startup in Nitrous 9, actually.
Yeah. That is so cool. Star Trek Armada. Oh, man. Okay, here's a nice little video. Watch the pulsing lights. Look at that display.
You can see the colors change. And
Yeah. I mean, I've got color changing RGB stuff on all my modern stuff, but to have a color changing RGB CoCo, ooh, Nirvana.
yeah, because like I said, this type of keyboard, like Mr. Dave shown off in his.
Yeah.
But this is like a completed project. Like he doesn't have a really good picture of it, but he's got extra connectors in the cartridge port for SD cards and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a very, if a CoCo had survived to modern times and tried to keep the same case, might be what it looked like.
Yeah.
With all modern components.
Yeah.
Now here's an ad for another VCF, since there's a bunch of them. You guys just attended
This
the
is
VCF
near
Midwest.
Tom C. in Jersey here, VCF-East.
Yeah. And that's in Wall, New Jersey, I believe is the name of the town.
Not sure.
And I was wondering, is anybody in our panel or in the audience attending? So you mentioned Tom. Is he planning on going to it?
I don't know if he's planning on going. I know it's in his neighborhood, so to speak. I think he went 1 year by himself and wasn't happy about it because there wasn't a lot of CoCo. It seemed like it was a very Atari heavy.
Too much Apple.
Too much Apple and Atari, and he didn't know anybody there at the time. That was many years ago. And this is more the official VCF from their foundation. Like VCF Midwest is almost like a step cousin to the VCF Foundation because they're kind of allowed to do things their own way, whereas the whole foundation kind of does things a certain way as far as you can't just sell whatever.
So this is
you
kind of
want
the
at a
original
table.
location.
Yeah, this is more the official VCF stuff.
This is actually the official headquarters. Actually,
Yeah,
they're based
yeah.
They're based here.
But this takes place in a vintage computing museum, if I'm not mistaken, too. It's a living.
Yeah, and it's a 3-day event too, so that's a bit more than most of the rest as well.
Um,
and then it mentions VCF West, which is out around Mark Overholser, Tim Lindner territory, August 6th to 7th. Mark, how many of you people are planning on attending that one?
I was planning on it, but I didn't make it. So it's gone. It was last month.
Yeah.
It's 22.
Well, this is 22. 22 is their advertising.
Okay. Yeah, I plan on going next year.
Because that one, I think we had a few CoCo people at. I think you guys had a couple tables set up, if I remember.
2019, yes.
Yeah, that was a good year. That was a good showing.
We had Tim and Rob and Mikey
Inman
and myself.
Mikey Furman. Yeah. Representing.
Have you heard from Rob Inman lately? I haven't heard anything from him.
Well, apparently he did a tech support call live on our live stream one point in time, where it was a tech support call.
That was already a couple months ago.
Yeah. Other than that, I am not sure. If you want to know how to use Citrix environment, then go watch that replay. I was like, I didn't realize my OBS was plugged into your streaming setup, and
yeah, that was funny. A bunch of us logged in and going, "You are aware this is going out in public?"
And I was working because he sent me a text message saying, "Dude, there's a stream going on. Any way you can take it down?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm working. I can't do that till later on. So.
Okay, this next batch here is all SepTandy stuff from this past week, not including anything that happened today.
What month did that take place in?
October, of course.
Oh, okay.
So the first one is a guy named Anachronistic. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't even know. Things. And he did a thing of working with Tetris and the auto analyzer, Spectrum auto analyzer. And he had to work with the cartridges because some of the cartridges were kind of loose and weren't quite firing up correctly. So it's a fairly long video. I won't play the whole lot of it here, but he basically recently acquired a Coke 2. These are obviously not the original cases, but that's how he got them from whoever he bought them from. And they actually redid a couple of them like this other one you can see here. So he's just kind of learning his way around.
Like a VHS tape clamshell case or something.
Yeah. But eventually got it working, so he's got his Tetris working and stuff here, and kind of goes through it. And then he was trying to take apart the Tetris label without damaging the label, and of course that's impossible because whatever glue Radio Shack used was really awesome, and basically just shreds it. So he did have to end up cutting and puncturing through the screw hole.
There are reproductions available on the Color Computer Archive, and hopefully you reached out to him and invited him to get on the show.
And he was trying to improve the video signal and stuff because he had a bad cable and stuff. Okay. And basically just kind of going through the learning experience of trying. Now, this I wanted to talk to you guys about because I've got the original audio spectrum analyzer with all the semi-graphic stuff. I wasn't aware that Steve had made. I never
saw a graphics one.
Yeah, this is new to me. Like even the kaleidoscope is actually new. I mean, this is not what I'm used to. Was there a later version? Like, are any of the people on the panel familiar with this? Because I've never seen this, and this is the cartridge he's running.
Wow, no, I've never seen that.
Power wash dish spray.
Oh.
Light, rinse.
I mean, obviously that would have been done to make it CoCo 3 compatible at some point because the semi-graphics don't work in the CoCo 3, but I didn't know this even existed.
No. I wonder if this is official or so. This
is on a cartridge.
You saw
unless you need a ROM dump. Need a ROM dump.
We need to get a hold of Steve and ask him about this. I don't remember him ever mentioning that.
No, I don't either. And I do know some people that wrote stuff for Tandy as a third party, like Michael Eichmeyer, who did Downland. Like he didn't know about the 1.1 update for the CoCo 3 either. That was done internally by somebody else at Tandy.
So I wonder
but this is more of a major rewrite. I mean, Downland just had to fix it up because he was overwriting.
Yeah, I mean, it's using the P-Mode 3 font. So this looks like something that Steve would have done, like in his Desert Writer and stuff like that, where he had the kind of the P-Mode 3 fonts going on. But I don't remember him ever discussing this. I remember him talking about how he hand assembled the original one because he didn't have an editor or assembler or even an assembler back in the day when this was a real early CoCo Day thing. But there's the cartridge. Yeah, just scrub to the right a little bit. Scrub. No, we're not. No. Right. Okay, go to your right a little bit more. Okay, there it is. Right. Well, that's not the original case.
No.
So,
but it looks like the original manual, so there's nothing really new there.
But then I think he does show the cartridge right there. Yeah, that's the cartridge. Go back to
there's no tape hole that I can see.
Go back to the spine and pause it for a second. See if we can see anything different on the. No, to the right.
Yep.
So now we have.
Let me drive, Curtis. Come on. Okay.
Rather than a game, it's sort of a utility.
So I didn't see anything really different on there.
No, on the cartridge. When he holds up the cartridge, you'll see the cartridge spine for a second and pause. Okay, right there. Okay, right there. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah. I'm just wondering if we can see an updated catalog number or something. It's really hard to tell from that blurriness.
Yeah.
It does still say Radio Shack.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like a reproduction or a repack or anything on that cartridge.
And it's not Tandy, and most of the reworks would have said Tandy.
Yeah, look at that. Now that's by Steve Bjork. That is Datasoft Inc.
That is
In
totally
1983. The original was 1981. If I remember.
Okay, that is totally his title screen. That's like Ghana Bwana looking title screen. I have never seen that version.
No, I haven't either.
Wow.
I wasn't even aware it existed.
Oh wow. So yeah, that's totally him. Totally. Cool. That's a rare find.
I definitely want to ask him about that, because if he rewrote an 83 for the graphics, why did he do that? I mean, the Coco 3 wasn't even a figment in Tandy's imagination that early on, so there would have been no reason to do it.
Maybe the license expired on the old version and he had a chance to make it better, because the old version with the 9 colors looks a hell of a lot better anyways. You know, you still had the 192 vertical resolution, but you had a lot more colors. So honestly, this one is not quite as. Oh, go back to the kaleidoscope.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you the kaleidoscope version here too. So, which I think he threw in right at the very end here.
I'm getting rickrolled right now.
And
so do I.
So there's the kaleidoscope mode too. That still seems to be semi-graphics.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen that version before. I was quite stunned to see it, and I wanted to bring the video up specifically for that.
Yeah. That's Brian Weasler and Terry Steggy, you connoisseur collectors. You have a new version to find there, fellas. Cool.
So maybe any of you have picked up an audio spectrum analyzer cartridge and just have never bothered plugging it in because you already have a copy to disc and doing his collecting. Try it out. I would like to see who has the new version.
Yeah.
I have 2. Both of mine are like the old ones.
Yeah. Interesting. So now we have something to find.
Who has this?
This was this guy on YouTube here. His name is what's his name again?
Anachronistic Things.
Anachronistic Things. Okay. So yeah, a graphical.
And he
version.
just got the Coco 2 not too long ago. Like, this is all new to him.
You know what I was thinking about doing for Grins and Giggles was running Audio Spectrum Analyzer and running the CoCoTALK theme song through it, so to make that part of a new intro video to see what Bruce's music looks
Well,
like.
now you get 2 versions to choose from.
Yeah. Well, I want to see it in the original 9-color semi-graphics mode. With Nick Marentes' permission now, I realize that all semi-graphics use and application has to go through his licensing now, since he owns that mode. Cool stuff.
Yeah, so that was cool. Anyway, Alan Huffman's been a busy boy as usual. He's got a whole bunch of stuff queued up for the future. He's got a bunch more that got released this past week. So this is all his SepTandy stuff.
He's a machine.
A couple dozen. He's got graphic stuff. He's got tech stuff. He's got optimization techniques for basic and all kinds of things here.
He's a seasonal machine. When it comes,
the nice thing about these is that these are all quick hits. Like they're small. They're not like CoCoTALK and take eons to play. It's like a quick 3-minute here, 2-minute, 4-minute type thing.
That's cool.
I should actually learn how he does that so I can do that for my segment.
Never gonna happen.
He's also done updates on his blog spot too. So in addition to this, he's actually got some blog updates he's been doing lately too. And there's been a few of those still going.
Yeah.
Next one up, mail day at Noel's Retro Lab. And the first thing he got was a PAL Coco 2 he got in the mail.
Hello, and welcome back to Noel. I'll just hide and do all sorts of things back to this.
So he's never owned a Coco 2 before.
Guess
he's got
what
dragons.
computer this is from the back shot. Actually, I'm sure some of you. The
nice shape,
Tandy Coco 2.
Super clean.
And colors spelled correctly, like this is
new to me.
64K kilowatt computer.
Is because SepTandy is
when you turn it on, it says "Hello, Governor."
Existed until
there you can see it's clearly the PAL version.
PAL version. Wow.
Now I'm assuming the serial numbers must have started over for PAL at 2 million. I'm not sure.
And 220, 240. There's your voltage and your frequency. 50 hertz, 22 volts.
Once again, color is spelled correctly.
Color. Hello, Governor. Welcome to your color.
And then he got some documentation with it, some stock and some not.
Of some kind. And then this is all the...
Oh, wow. Yeah, nice. That's a good... Oh, that's man.
So there you go. It came with a nice...
It's got a mix of American and
a quick reference
European
guide.
there. So that's the American one, color spelled OR.
Color computer.
I wonder what PAL connector is on the CoCo.
I always love...
Is it
You probably know
Australian
this
one
by
or
now, but
UK?
I love these kind of original books about the computers. I always try to have manuals for the computers that I haven't.
Okay, keep going.
Very
Move on to something
cool.
else.
There's a Kalur.
I'm gonna have to figure
I
out
have not
which
seen
ones
that
of
particular
these
one
are the
before.
And then the
original
basic
manuals, if any,
Color Computer
but
2. And it's
this
spelled
one
in the
is
basic
just
manual
so
spelled Color
colorful
2.
and fancy.
Yeah. Well, he got two manuals though. He's got the original Color Computer one for the Color Computer 1 American spelling underneath, and the 2.
Oh wow, Color Basic and Color Basic. It's a mix.
Extended Color Basic. Wait, are they the same?
Extended Color Basic and Extended
Oh,
Color
this
Basic.
is for
Color Computer?
and this is Color Computer 2?
By the way,
Now
same,
I'm gonna have to check.
same
Oh yeah,
machine,
you can even tell
basically.
that this is the gray one and this is the
Oh,
white
yeah,
one.
look at that,
Did the
gray and white.
CoCo 2 come with this and then its own version?
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting too.
That is an
That's,
interesting mix up there, yeah. It's a mashup.
Now this is Pedro. I'm not going to play these because he actually cranked out 3 videos this week. About, and part of SepTandy is basically to show his Color Computer 2, board. Now this one here kind of went through the. He does a quick show of all the chips he's ordered and gotten and found, on various places on the web here to actually start building it, going through the PIAs and everything else here too. And then his pepper chip, the one that replaces the salt.
Yeah.
So this was kind of his setup video of what he's doing, where he's got all the parts, etc.
Oh, neat. Okay.
The second one, this is the one I found the most interesting. So here he actually does a quick, well, not quick, it's long, but basically shows him populating the entire board. Now the presentation is awesome. So he's got his live feed of the camera in the upper right corner. He's got a schematic in the lower right, and he's got his part list on the left. And he actually has it highlighting as he's doing them, so you can see exactly what he's referring to. So it'll highlight a capacitor on the schematic, highlight the capacitor on the parts list, and he'll actually be soldering that capacitor on at that exact time.
Oh my
Which I thought's an
goodness.
awesome way of doing a presentation.
How is that even possible? Oh, and that's using the new MSX2 soundboard too.
So he's showing the soldering. You can see the stuff that's highlighted, and it'll blink red on the schematic as to what part he's currently doing. So if you want a really good visual cue, if you're doing your own type of assembly, this is an awesome way to present it. I've never seen this before, but I'd say one of the best I've ever seen for this kind of thing.
He just making the rest of us look bad. I'm telling you.
You know, it's like, and I'm not saying this to disparage anyone else. I want to say this to give him kudos, but he's not been in the community that long. Right. He's only been in the community maybe a year, and he's making motherboard recreations. And there have been people who have been making CoCo hardware for decades who I don't think have done this. You know what I mean? So the veterans and the lifers, the people who've been around since the early days, haven't done anything this ambitious. And this is this new
not
young,
since the CoCo 4 heyday.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So
a complete,
the fact this guy just came in out of nowhere and says, hey, let me see what this CoCo thing's all about. And he's making salt replacements. He's making composite mods. He's made a CoCo 2 blue board. He's working on a CoCo 3 reproduction motherboard. He's doing things that have never been done and nobody's ever thought to do, or at least shown that they even thought about doing it. So it's just amazing.
I think there's 2 parts to that. I mean, one, it's kind of the fresh perspective thing, but I think it's also that the modern tools for doing and creating your own silk screens and creating your own motherboards is so much better now.
Right.
It would not have been possible even for him back in the day as easily anyway.
Right. True, like your KiCads and your EagleCads. But it's just like, no, it's just utterly impressive. And great job, Pedro, for what you're doing. You're definitely an asset to our community.
The most impressive thing here is I've been watching him solder this entire 17-minute video, and he's not burned his hair once. I don't even understand that.
That is cool. That is super cool.
Some people just have a knack, Curtis.
And then this is his part 3 video. So, and this one I think came out late. So this one, he picked up an old dead one, and it's dead. It's been pilfered and stuff. So he just needed it for parts. And he was also trying to get the cases, bottom case and the top case, to put his CoCo 2 prototype board in. And then he finds out that the top version of the case and the bottom of the case aren't from the same versions of the CoCo. So some, of course, had the sideways RF can, and some with the horizontal RF can,
Wow.
so it doesn't quite fit. So he had to mod the case anyway to get it to fit. But here's he's installing it and testing it out, etc. Retrobreading the crap out of it. But here you basically had to cut some stuff out here to get it to fit because of stuff had shifted around between the 2 versions of the CoCo.
It's just
2,
like
so.
trying to drive a manual transmission. If you can't find it, grind it, right? So just
and this is the same technique Dragon users use to plug a multi-pack into the Dragon.
Yeah,
you have to
right.
prop it up
That's
here
the
so that the
riser.
cartridge port is up the right level.
That's your tape dispenser / computer riser, right? So
Anyway, thanks for doing the awesome videos, and I have to give him definite props for that.
Kudos.
Soldering thing. That is awesome.
Kudos.
The way you set that up.
Yes.
Next up, and I've now subscribed to his stream because he's done a couple of these CoCo 3 streams, but he's very new to the CoCo, and there's just a ton of stuff. If I'd been in the
He's
chat, I
got
could have
great
helped him with.
taste in shirts, though. Look at that.
Yeah, obviously. So he did another
Joe.
live stream, 3 hours. He's trying to get up to our territory here. And he did the CoCo 3 for about the first 45 minutes. But like I said, he's not super familiar with it, and he didn't have too many people in the chat that really could help him too much at the time. So I've subscribed so I can catch him the next time he does a live stream here. But he got his CoCo 3 basically running the previous episode last week. And here he's got his SDC in. He's trying to learn how to use the SDC, and he's trying to learn basic commands. He didn't even know the CoCo 380 columns. He got told that in the chat. But one thing he did here is he actually had a guest on, Mike Rojas. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but he's the guy that on Facebook is it Rohan? Okay.
Rojas, ROJAS, it's Rojas.
Rojas? Okay.
Yeah.
Because he actually is the one that made the adapter for the Apple IIgs Apple Color RGB monitor. And Joe's Computer Museum, the guy, Joe himself here, actually ordered one of these. And you can see Mike in the right here. So he's kind of talking him through getting it set up. And here they're showing the original composite. So we actually got kind of a little interview with Mike at the same time.
Wow.
But Mike's also new to the CoCo, so he knows a bit more than Joe, but not a ton yet.
We need to get him on too. Reach out to him, Curtis. You're our booking agent, so.
And then they switched to the Tandy because basically they couldn't get some software. They were trying to run stuff like Donkey Kong. Well, he's got 128K, so it just crashes.
Right.
The thing so.
Super
But
cool.
the other problem he has is that his Apple RGB monitor is kind of in the last legs as it is. It needs to be recapped and stuff, so this image is blurry on its own. It doesn't give you the full RGB effect, which is a little bit disappointing. But yeah, I'll definitely see if I can reach out to him. I'll try to catch him in the next live stream too. So.
Okay.
I did send him a comment to come watch us and maybe ask questions if he has any questions.
Right.
I also gave him some suggestions of games he could try for 120K, like Xenix and Crystal City and Photon and stuff. So
he's aware of our stuff because I've chatted with him in the past and invited him to, if he wants to learn how we do what we do, come talk to us.
Well, and the cool thing is last SepTandy is when we met people like AC's 8-Bit Zone and a lot of these other people who are now regulars in the community and on our show and stuff. So the more people we can reach out to and share the love, definitely like to bring them into the fold and make them more aware of what's going on in the community and give them some more exposure and all that kind of good stuff,
I definitely want to get Mike on too, because that was a pretty cool project too. And for people that are running multi-retro platforms, if you have an Apple IIgs, which is one of the ones that's a bit more, a little bit more rare, but a little bit more common too. I guess, Mark, you can probably speak to the rareness of a 2GS versus a regular Apple II.
There's quite a few of them, probably around 2 million, 3 million of them. Not like the 7 million of the original Apple II line, but yeah.
Yeah. So that less than the CoCo though, because in the CoCo series,
Yeah.
CoCo 2 sold more than 2 million. So, but yeah, I'd like to get both of them on actually.
Yeah. Cool.
So, Mark, since you've actually reached out to Joe before, maybe if you want to put a bug in his ear to contact me or something.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I've tried leaving messages too, but I don't get a response because to them I'm nobody. Who the hell is he?
I've chatted with him. I've chatted with him in the past. I mean, he had actually seen one of our shows, I think, and I was explaining what we do, and he was interested in something similar for the Apple. I said, "Great, I'd be willing to come on and help you do that." So,
traitor.
No, multitasking.
And I'd like to have Mike on because he's new to the CoCo community too, and he actually came out just like Pedro. He came out with a hardware project. Immediately produced these boards, and he's already sold a bunch of those too, working up to Apple RGB monitor. So another RGB monitor alternative. And they were talking in the chat I saw on the live stream about hooking up Amiga monitors, which I know they did back in the day. A ton of them did because they were basically the same as a Magnavox. So,
right. And just so you know too, not to take away from Mike's project or any of his sales, but Jason Reichert has a RGB to SCART cable for the 2GS, which we showed off at VCF Midwest. So it doesn't do any of the conversion stuff. It's a passive cable that just goes from RGB to SCART, and then you need your SCART to HDMI adapter. So if you have a switcheroo box, you can use that same box to hook this up to get your Apple 2GS.
And if you don't, this is a
RGB.
quick and dirty way if you have the monitor just to plug it straight in and go.
Yeah. Yep. Cool stuff. Yep. Future guests.
Next up, retro computing with Mike. Now, are any of you familiar with him? Because I wasn't.
No, I don't watch YouTube, unfortunately, so I'm not familiar with anybody.
I know Mike.
Okay.
You do? Where's he from? Is he
Denmark.
European?
Denmark.
Oh, he's from Denmark. Right?
Denmark. All right.
So he gets an MC-10 going, basically, is what they're doing here. And I like his retro computer thing. He's got
Does
the
he
original
wear
Commodore
wooden
PET
shoes
that-
by any chance?
And it's my MC10. that I
Hello
sold
and
it.
welcome to my channel. This is my SepTandy contribution because I'm going to make a showcasing of this TRS-80 MC-10,
You
which
see how he
is a
snapped his
computer
finger
I
and
have
just
had in
showed
my
up like
collection for
that?
quite some time,
That's
but I
amazing.
haven't yet gotten around
got
to
magic
test
tricks
it.
and all.
And I think this would be a good occasion for doing just that. But before I get started, will you do me the huge favor of subscribing to my channel so you won't miss a single episode of what I do? And while you're down there, leave a comment and like.
Don't forget to like, follow, and share.
And he actually wears gloves. I mean,
wow,
that's-
look at that. This is like performing surgery. Did he even wash his hands? Are we in a clean room? MC-10.
No, Simon, you said you sent him this picture?
What's that?
Look at that composite adapter.
That's my MC-10. I sold it to him when I was hard up. When I had no money, I sold it to him, and he's selling it back to me.
Ah.
Oh, is he? Okay.
That's one of Ed's composite adapters that I put in there.
Yeah, he was surprised when, like, during the video, he actually opened up and he goes, "Oh, there's a composite thing in here," and he noticed it was third party, so he was a bit surprised by that. But yeah, he goes through a pretty good run through it, and he's trying to get it running, and then he ends up and he's actually loading Pac-Man from his phone and stuff, or from his PC laptop, type thing. And at first, he didn't realize it required the 16K pack, so of course it crashed, and then he added that in, and he got to play it.
Yeah,
and he was getting quite frustrated with the keyboard controls because he said some of the keys were sticking, so he was having trouble turning and stuff.
Jason had this running at VCF.
Then he got smart and he's giving it back.
Nick with the slam.
Oh.
Also, Pedro says on the chat there, "I'm just trying to have fun."
Right.
Putting the rest of us to shame, I think, is the fun part.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff.
Anyway, that was the SepTandy stuff I discovered, not including anything that might have happened this morning. So the next up is a little bit of dragon stuff here. So there's a question by David F. Gisbert, who I think is one of our Dragon Talk people that coming up. Hopefully we'll get on.
He's from Spain.
Pardon me?
He's from Spain. I'm friends with him on Facebook. Spain.
So his question was, how many games were released in the Dragon in cartridge format? And there was this quick little list that he had made with a few, including some third-party ones that weren't cartridge format here, like Astroblast and Berserk by Mark Data, Cosmic Invaders by Spectral, Doodlebug by Computerware, etc. But then one of the experts in the field, Simon Hardy, actually published the complete list and what companies made them. So unlike in the North American market, where basically all the cartridges were Tandy, unless they were hardware cartridges, but game cartridges and program cartridges, there was a few, like Microworks did Star Blaster, and I think Antico did 8-Ball and Intergalactic Force and a few others, but that was it. But you can see here, like, there's a lot of Dragon Data, of course, which includes some third-party stuff like Berserk from Mark Data and Astroblast, etc. But, Ashby did one, CompuSense did a fair number, FarmFax, Eurohard, which was, of course, the Spanish company that took over the Dragon, Grosvenor Software, Icon Computer Products, J. Morrison Micros. I mean, there was a lot bigger of a cartridge market for third-party on the Dragon than there ever was on the CoCo that I'm aware of. So I thought that was pretty interesting. A fair bit of it's utility type stuff.
Yeah,
but,
that's pretty cool. More than we would have imagined, right?
Yeah. And then, speaking of retro computer festivals, this is the generic one at the same place at Cambridge in the UK that the Dragon meetup is. And this is the month before, October 9th to 10th. So coming up fairly shortly. So obviously, if you can't fly over, to visit CoCoFest because of restrictions, whatever here, you've got another retro computer festival that's all machines.
Are they banning Canadians in the UK too, or is it only the US?
No, I think we're allowed to travel back and forth between both of us because we actually take.
That's weird. Why can you travel halfway across the world, but you can't just go south 20 miles across the border?
So anyway, the nice news is that all these retro shows are coming back. So the generic retro show for all machines, BBC Micros and Amstrads and everything else here, in October, and then the very next month, about a month and a half later, is the Dragon one. So you can actually attend 2 in a row.
Yeah. I really enjoyed VCF Midwest because there was a lot to see. There were a lot of different systems. And just like we have all our new goodies for the CoCo, there's lots of new goodies for all the other systems. There's a whole Commodore 64 replacement with the they were able to get a hold of the mold for the case, so they have injection molded cases that you can come in a variety of colors and you can get clear stuff, and there are replacement motherboards and replacement parts, and there's a full FPGA replacement for the Commodore 64 where you can choose between the various SID chips or multiple SID chips in stereo.
And then you got like Commodore based but not Commodore clones, like the 8-bit guys, what is it, Commander 16?
Right, something like that, yeah. So there's just so many cool things going on in all the various spaces. There was a whole bunch of Spectrum machines and Acorn Atoms and all that kind of stuff are on display there. And there's all kinds of neat stuff for the Spectrums. And talking about the Sinclairs, and when you look at a Sinclair, Timex Sinclair 100, it makes the MC-10 look like a beast. You know what I mean? That Sinclair is such a small
1000.
Timex Sinclair 1000, right? It's so small and flimsy. It makes the Apple 400 keyboard look like it's a high-end membrane. You know,
Atari 400, you mean?
Atari 400, yeah. So it is so small and so delicate. It just makes the MC-10 look like a freaking mega machine, you know. But there were so many neat machines to look at. Oh, and Mark Overholt.
Here, this is my last story, so I'll let Mark have.
Yeah, there's so many different machines to see. So I really enjoyed the VCF because there was a good Tandy representation there, but there were so many other systems there. And unique systems there, like one of a kind type stuff, you know. So, Jim Gerrie.
Okay, I've actually got some updates too. Grant just reminded me here too. I just got a message from Jim Brain here actually a couple hours ago. He says, "If you want, I can come on later and chat about CoCoFest, but I know you're always packed." I think we kind of covered it.
Now's the perfect
time.
Jim,
if you want to come in with further details, please do so. And then Grant was reminding me. Where is it? About the elections coming up for Glenside.
Yes, vote early, vote often. The Chicago way.
So there's some by acclamation. Nobody else is running, right, Grant?
Yes.
So Jim Brain is president. I think nobody's ran against him.
That is correct.
And the treasurer is Eric Canales due to the same thing.
Correct.
Running unopposed.
And then Vice President Grant Leighty himself has actually put his name up along with John Mark Mobley. And Secretaries Brian Goers and Rich Bear. So there's actually a couple of things. Now, when exactly is the vote deadline?
I believe it's going to be right before the next meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Can I, even though Jim has no opposition, can I still not vote for him? Is that guy Abe Stain still one of the candidates? I want to vote for Abe Stain.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, Abraham Stain there. It's short name, Abstain.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim, join us if you can.
Now, the votes are done on which website is it again, Grant?
Tandy List. Which means you have to be a Glenside member. So you can't just be Joe Blow off the street and vote. You have to be a supporting member of Glenside.
Now, on the other hand, if you want to, vote for somebody that's, against somebody, that's fine because you just don't vote for them, so that you can do without having to join.
That's correct. And Mark, I believe you should be able to vote because you were there last time we had a CoCoFest.
You're still a member.
Yeah, if you attend the CoCoFest, you're automatically member as part of your dues to get into the show itself.
So, Jim, I see you chatting. Are you going to join us to give that update? And if not, are we done with news?
Yep, I am done.
I says he's trying to join now. Does anybody want to maybe shoot him a message in Discord if he needs the info on that?
I thought there was a message earlier that Trash Talk is tonight.
Trash Talk is live, 7 p.m. Does anybody have the website for Trash Talk? Is it just Trash Talk?
Yeah, we were hoping somebody would find that to where to go.
If somebody could post a link to that.
And plus the ICC tonight too as well. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of shows on. Now, Trash Talk, I believe they live stream on YouTube too and actually take chat comments as well. So.
Okay, so Jim's trying to join, so we'll see about that. All right, well, so while we're killing time, if you want, while we're waiting for Jim, you want me to pull up the CoCoPi for a second and just show you that development thing?
Yeah, sure.
And it's in a video that I just posted on my OG Stevie Stroh channel.
I do have a question for you, Steve, before you get onto that, though.
Yeah.
I just noticed that on YouTube, the episode's called Episode 230. What the heck does that mean?
What does that mean? It's
Tooth Hurty? 230?
Tooth Hurty. Because that's the episode number 230.
I get it now.
That was an old joke.
That's the lamest joke I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, what do you expect? Tooth hurty. Right? And you say, what time do you go to the dentist? Tooth hurty. Right? So, yes, that's the best I could do on short notice. Jim's
I
trying
don't
to
think
do
it'd get any better with long notice, but go ahead.
All right. So, where is my CoCoPi doohickey? Is it up here? All right. Oh, hold on one second. Dude, where's my car? Did this thing just come up? Is it not coming up? And HDMI, is it running twice now? I don't know what's going on here. All right. Let me try it again. If I can't get my capture device open, I don't know what to do. Is that right? There we go. All right. So can you guys see that?
No.
I have it covering the Zoom window. Can you? Oh, I'm not sharing screen then, right? That's another problem I have because right now I can't share screen in Zoom. Son of a biscuit. Hold on one second. Let me try to share a screen right now. I'm going to try to share. Shit. What's going on right now? I don't know what's going on in Zoom today. I'm going to try to share. I'm going to try to share my screen. Jim, get on here. I'm stalling here and I'm failing miserably at it. Why is it all of a sudden now when I share screens? Everything is just going straight to shite here. Disable, hide names, hide panel, share sound, mono, stereo. I don't know why I can't share full screen anymore. Can you guys see what I'm sharing this way? Can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay. So I don't know where the hell that is. All right. So can you see the CoCoPi? All right. Yeah. So I'll just show you something real quick. So on the desktop of the CoCoPi is a text editor called Genie. And this is like a Notepad++ or anything else like that. But in Genie, you can basically type up your source code. And right now, these supported languages are BASIC, CMOC, and assembly. So you type up your source code, and once you've edited this, then you can basically, if it was, and then you have a build menu. If this was in CMOC or in assembly, you'd have to compile it first. And that would take that and turn it into a bin file, right? So if it's just basic, it even has a renumber, right? So from your editor, you can renumber. But in this case here, I've typed in a little tiny basic program here. And I can build it out. And I can run it in MAME, I can run it in XROAR, I can even run it in PyDriveWire, which means I could theoretically run this on real hardware. So I will go ahead and launch this in XROAR, and it's going to bring up XROAR, and I'll just type in dir real quick, and you'll see that it got put into a disk image. It's on here. Here's my program called test. If I load test, it's on here. And if I type list in test, this is the same source code that I had typed in here, right? So this source code here is actually the same source code here. So you type it in here and then it shows up in your virtual CoCo. And then when I run it, it actually runs. And so this is just a quick and dirty way to show you how to type in a quick program. And this is like, for people who are familiar with cross development and cross assembly, most people are not doing that in BASIC. Right? So to be able to do cross development in BASIC is hopefully something that will open up some doors to people who want to type in programs and have an easier way to type it in, as well as share that source code by either just sharing the raw source code data or whatever. Okay, so Jim Brain is back. And also real quick, I just want to say hi to Maiden Ariana, who we also met at VCF last weekend. So hello, Maiden, and let me stop sharing so Zoom can come back. And I got to figure out why the hell Zoom is broken on my computer. And speaking of important people, Jim Brain, president of my favorite president. By the way, I've always had nothing but good things to say about you, Jim. You're doing an amazing job. You're a fantastic president.
Really, because you were talking all about Abe Stain last weekend.
All right.
Sorry, I sent a note to Curtis while you guys were talking about CoCoFest earlier in the thing. I'm like, I'm happy to join, but obviously sending it to him is like sending it through the post office. It doesn't get to him very quickly.
I had to pay the custom duties on it first. So.
That's right. I thought you guys covered everything, so I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions that people have, but we're rolling forward. and obviously, as you guys just noted, elections, we've got nominations, and we've got, I'm running against Abe Stain. I hope I don't lose. It's going to be a close race, but I'm hopeful. I am. Abe hasn't done as much for the club the last 12 months, and I believe that
really he's just left a big stain on the club. Really,
yes, he has. He's just been a real blight upon us. But hopefully I'll be able to prevail against him at the November meeting or at the October meeting. So
the deadline for voting, when's the next meeting again?
So we will stop the voting. So the next meeting is, and you know what? I was so busy getting on Zoom because I don't have all the stuff just memorized. So let me check real quick. The meeting calendar for everybody is always on the GlensideCCC.com website, and the October meeting is the 21st, Thursday the 21st. And the meeting starts at 7:30, so we will leave voting open. We'll probably shut it down at 6:30. We do have a kind of pre-meeting where we get together for a little bit of social hour and demos and stuff like that. So that's 6:30 Central Time. So you've got, for those of you who are voting, and some of you are right, if you attended the 2019 CoCoFest, you are a member. We did extend memberships out, given that we weren't able to have a show in 2020. So if you were at the 2019 show or you paid your dues other ways, you're eligible to vote. So go ahead and go to tandylist.com. And I haven't received the official word that voting is open, but it should be open by Monday. And then you've got a month to vote until the 21st of October. And so get your vote in by 6:30. And let's not, even though it is based in Illinois, I'd prefer to not do the Chicago style voting, as Mark notes, to vote often. But I think you can change your vote through the month. So if you vote and I manage to, if Abe Stain, I'm hopeful that I can convince you that your vote for Abe Stain is unwarranted, and you can come in before the end of the voting period and switch it to me or whoever. We do have two offices that are contested, and so I'm both candidates for both offices, I'm sure, are great to fill the position. But I know, at the meeting, Rich Bear has been our secretary for a long time, and he actually he said he was willing to perform secretarial duties for another year, but he's looking to vacate the office. So I forget if he ended up on the ballot or not, but we've got some folks that feel like they've carried the freight for a while, and they're looking to kind of move the positions onto newer blood.
Okay.
So
last man staining is what we're looking for. So.
Yeah, well, I can understand, it's somebody called, I don't know, 8 or 9, about 8 or 9 months ago, and they had an issue with the newsletter, and they wanted to make, they wanted to force some changes. They said we needed to fix these things. And I said, well, who is the newsletter editor? Are you the newsletter editor? And the answer was no, I'm not the newsletter editor. And I'm like, well, you know what? It's a volunteer position, and so are the officers. And I think those positions need to have some ability to chart their own course. So unless this is, like you said, the CoCo was a horrible computer on the newsletter and we should retract that, I think they're allowed to make some editorial decisions on what they put or don't put in the newsletter. So that's they're all the positions are volunteer, and so I know some people have spent some time wanting to make sure the club continues on. It's been a bright spot for the community, and in years when there was some things were a little bit lean, but I think those folks are saying, you know what, we carried the group in some cases through some of those lean years, and now that there's actually a lot of interest in the community at present, which is great. They're hopeful that there's some new folks that can come in and enjoy some time running the club or running the group.
Yeah, we're actually getting commenter people using the CoCo now, right? So
yeah, that's right.
And
those crazy people.
Enough. So being an officer is an important part for the business side of the club operations, but what I don't know if people are completely aware of is that regardless of who's quote unquote running the club, when it comes to decisions, the members vote. So if you have something that you want to suggest, if you have something you think is broken that needs to be fixed, if you have something you're vehemently opposed or against or for or against something, the time to bring those things up is at the meeting. And those votes take place at the meetings by the people who attend the meeting. So if you want to armchair quarterback what the club's doing and complain about something and you're not a member, you're not coming to the meeting, then sorry, but not sorry, right? And regardless of who the officers are, whether or not you know them or like them, the officers don't really control anything. Your job is primarily to manage the other officers, and manage the meeting, but the decisions ultimately get made by the voting body of the membership of things, right? So the members have the control over the future of the club, and if you don't come to the meetings, and I'm guilty of doing that, but I'm trying to enlist more people to come. If you're a fan of the Glenside Color Computer Club, if you're a fan of CoCoFest, the best thing you can do is to attend these monthly meetings and let your voice be heard, or at least hear what the other voices are saying to make some informed decisions before you just start cranking off an opinion somewhere about how things are or aren't happening in this organization. So
that's true, and I love to have. We have a number of ways of communicating with the with leadership on what kinds of things people want, like changes that might be needed or things that might be brought up, especially right now as we're making final plans for the November show. That we have another meeting in October where we're going to do some final work, and so if there's things that that people are interested in making sure taken care of, or the concerns they want to have addressed, I'm happy to put those on new business and have them be part of there. We try to keep the meeting moving along. There's times where we get bogged down, but I try to keep things moving along at a reasonable clip so that they don't get they don't
fall
like
asleep like during my news segment.
Yeah, that's right. So they don't end up as a CoCoTALK episode. But but other than that, for folks that are more interested in commenting but not putting those things in front of us, that's unfortunate, because we would love to have an opportunity to work on them and put the show together. I will say that while there are folks that want to have everything be very strict and very Robert's Rules of Order, I mean it's a group of community members, the members and the officers. They're all just members wanting to promote the classic machine, and so I think we're all among friends. If you have something that you're like, I went to the last show and I was really kind of challenged by this, and I'd like to make it known, but I don't want to get my head cut off or chewed off if I come to the event or I send a note, send it. I mean, there's sometimes we can provide some context on why it was done that way. Maybe it was, like we mentioned earlier, Heron Point sometimes made some restrictions on the operational time frames and what we could or couldn't do at that location. And that may not be the case now. So it's like, it was so strict. We had to get out of there by 11 o'clock. And you're like, what? This year we have the venue for a 24-hour period. So if people really want to stick around in the show floor and we can keep it secure from some leadership's capabilities, then maybe we'll leave it open. Or maybe we'll say, let's all reconvene in the atrium where you showed earlier, where the bar area and whatnot is, and swimming pool. We can all reconvene there. It's up to us. We have more options this year than we've ever had in the past. So those are things we'd love to hear about, and I'm positive that folks will not come on the call or on the meeting and be all upset because you have a contrary position. But we'd sure like to hear about them. So enough on that. We'd love to have everybody come to the show. There's a number of shows in the next few months, and November is late, and that's a little unfortunate given the situation that we find ourselves in, but we still want to have a face-to-face show. And I'll echo Steve's comments and Grant's comments that you guys made earlier. The being able to attend a show like Vintage Computer Festival Midwest that a number of us were at last week was really fun. And it wasn't so much like you mentioned, Steve, it wasn't so much the exhibits, although it was great to see what people had been working on during this time away. But it was nice to be able to sit down and be able to just have humorous or poignant conversations with folks. Portillo's, it's nice to be able to go to Portillo's as a group and eat your, you know, overpriced hot dog and your lovely piece of chocolate cake. But whatever, that was the fun part of going to the show, and I'm eager to continue that process. I'm hopeful that we won't go back into a situation where we can't congregate.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your note, we're talking about things that have improved gradually over the years with some of the newer blood getting involved. You know, I think a lot of our complaints, my first CoCoFest was, I think, 2016, and the whole waiting to check in and being checked in on a CoCo 3 and waiting for a receipt to be printed and all of these backwoods ways of bringing people into the event. While it's great to be, you know, period correct in some areas, when it comes to getting people in the door, you know, there's got to be some ways to do it better. And gradually it's definitely gotten a lot better, you know, where we've maybe kicking and screaming drag some people into the 21st century. But, you know, that, you know, what if you want to talk about things to complain about, those would have been my complaints. Those were my complaints back in the day. It's like, really? Am I waiting in line right now to check in and have somebody pull me up on VisiCalc to see if I'm, you know, if I'm supposed to get in here? So a lot of that stuff over the years has definitely improved. And this past year, you know, getting the new website up to date and, you know, having Tandy list added and having a lot of these modern conveniences to, you know, streamline things has been huge. And I know it's been a long time coming, and there's been many years of various levels of administration that have all led to where we are now. But a lot of things have happened this year, specifically in the ways of making progress on efficiencies and modernizations and whatnot. So kudos to everybody who's been carrying that torch.
Right.
Yeah. These are like first world problems, you know, I got to wait 20 minutes to get into CoCoFest, you know, but if there's a way to make it better, you know, I'm all for it. So.
Yep. I'm one of my probably weak points is advertising. So for those, I mean, obviously came on today to say, please, especially if you're near the Chicago area, please consider, you know, that weekend. I think I mentioned earlier, I think it's November 6th and 7th. Did I give you, Curtis, was that the right date? You know, it's telling that I always forget if it's, it's 6-7. I always forget if it's 5-6 or 6-7. So November 6th and 7th. Yeah, you know, please pencil us in into your incredibly large and complicated social calendar, and put that in so you can have us or join us at the Elk Grove Holiday Inn on Bussey Road in Elk Grove Village, and it'd be a great show. It's the first year at this venue, as folks have noted, so there'll probably be some teething pains, but we've got a lot of room to grow, and we've got a lot of space that we're not currently using at the venue, so we have space to do some other interesting things. And I remember, just as a point to note, so I went to Vintage Computer Festival last week, and I think with everybody that was putting project work together, we were traveling a little light because we weren't sure how many people would decide to return to an in-person show. And as you guys noted, the attendance was very high. I mean, I don't know that it met the 2 year ago first show that they had that, or second show they had that, or wherever, but it was very high. And so there was a lot of demand. There was a lot of folks that came through the area, at least in Saturday afternoon. And I had, because I was traveling light, I had decided not to bring my Tesla coil, my singing Tesla coil. And so I have brought it to other shows. I don't know if I've ever had it at a CoCoFest or not, but I have brought it to a couple shows. And I had probably at least half dozen people, if not a dozen people, ask where the coil was, because we normally would normally play with it later at night in the when the dark, you know, when the sun went down. There's a great venue outside of, or there's a great spot outside of this venue to do some nighttime work with the Tesla coil. So if folks are interested, I'm happy to bring that. It's a, and I know Brian Schubring's not on, but it's a MIDI controlled Tesla coil. So you actually can play music out of the Tesla coil.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's very loud and it's very cool. And I'm happy to, planning on, at least considering bringing it for us to play with or listen to late in the evening. But I was just surprised how many people remember things like that. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to do off the wall stuff like that.
Well, we also need to find a new mascot to fondle. So since we can't touch the heron any longer, we need to maybe erect a new statue of some form of innocent.
Oh, I thought Grant had volunteered for that.
I was thinking maybe a brass statue of David Ladd, and we could all, I don't know, grease the weasel or something.
Yeah, we do have to. Yeah. We absolutely have to come up with something. I heard a pink flamingo. I don't know what it's got to be.
We need a new touch the heron equivalent for this new event.
Why not touch the Tesla coil?
Touch the Tesla coil, right? So touch the
I had it. And there's always one person. So last time at the show, that the VCF show, I brought the coil 2 years ago to the show, and there were a couple folks that really wanted to spend some time with it. We were outside, and I was showing people the coil and how it was doing, whatnot, and inevitably in a group of any large group of computer enthusiasts, there's always somebody, and this guy walks up to it and he says, can I touch it? And I'm like, it's a Tesla coil. I mean, its whole goal is to zap things, so hey, go for it. So he walked up there and touched it while it was, zapping, and got shocked. And I'm like, hey,
and he walked away with his free afro hairdo at the end of that.
That's right. I was like, and I think I mentioned it before, and I'm like, you've had all the children you want to have, right? And he's like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, I'm not going to be the Tesla coil police. If you want to go up and touch big spark,
it's mostly voltage and not a lot of amperage, right?
That's true. It is. But
right, so. Wet his feet first.
I should have
put your foot in this water bucket first.
Ron, do you have a darker side that we're not aware of? Like,
I used to work with sign transformers.
Oh, the neon sign stuff. Yeah, those
neon and stuff.
So I know all about that. They'd send me out to fix a neon sign in the rain.
Oh, yeah. Like we had one of those neon sign generators when I was a kid, and my dad would hook it up to two coat hangers where you'd get like the Frankenstein effect of the thing going up and stuff. So, yeah, there's some serious voltage coming out of those things.
So inevitably, I assume that if we have any reasonable group of people stick around to watch the Tesla coil, one of those individuals will be the one who decides, I can take it. Yeah. I'm going to put my finger on that
all
thing.
Great stories start with hold my beer.
Hold my beer,
this,
right?
Hold my beer. Watch this, right? So, awesome. Definitely looking forward to it. Yeah, and so we have a few people saying this will be their first CoCoFest. There is, you have to experience CoCoFest for yourself. It's a great event. It's a great weekend. It's a great time. It's the inspiration behind this show, right? So this show was inspired by CoCoFest, and we still trying to keep that enthusiasm going. So good times. Thank you, Mr. President, Jim Brain. Anybody else have any more questions for Jim about Glenside, about this year's CoCoFest?
Nope, but I did get his link for Trash Talk, so I can show that if you want.
Oh, yeah. Post the Trash Talk link, L. Curtis Boyle.
And also, do we know when the survey will be going out for the food for the event?
As soon as I can get some time on my computer. Hopefully this weekend. I will put it out there. Just running a little behind still.
Make sure you vote for the meatloaf.
Yeah, Grant's all over the meatloaf.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to get the chipper chicken. So,
just have a checkbox that says yes.
Yes.
You know what? When I put it out there, I'll put Grant will pay you money if you pick this one. What's the going rate?
What's the going rate?
$25. What the heck?
$25.
Ahead?
Okay, $25 per person ahead. Yeah.
We'll be paying out of Jim's pocket.
No way. I don't even like everybody else's meatloaf, so I'm not getting that one.
Is there any possible way you can cook something with your Tesla unit?
Tesla.
There you go.
Ron, are you going to make it to CoCoFest this year?
No, I am not.
No. Well, I tell you what, we'll see. Hot dogs are cheap, so we'll see what we can do with a hot dog. I don't know. I've never tried it.
But, at least marshmallows,
or maybe the Jiffy Pop stuff in the little aluminum pan.
Oh, in the little. Yeah, you guys have some really good ideas.
Maybe get some Jiffy Pop going.
I'm game.
Tesla powered Jiffy Pop.
That's right. And what we should do is we should have so Brian's got the MIDI functionality. He's got his keyboard, and so we should have him play like Zarathustra or the intro to 2001: A Space Odyssey while we're trying to cook the marshmallows on there. I think that would make for a great video.
He does have that song. I can vouch for it.
So there we go.
Boom.
Also, make sure you have the cookie seller to increase her.
Yeah, speaking of supply and
quantities.
demand, Belle ran out of baked goods. Saturday wasn't even done. She wrecked.
I know.
So...
I know, and she feels bad about that. She really does. So for those who don't know, for those who've never been to a show, so a number of years ago, obviously, I've two children and one's grown up and moved away, but my daughter decided, hey, when Dad does this stuff where he goes to these shows, and this seems kind of interesting. They went to a couple shows, and she knew, kind of all you guys were weird, but she was like, oh, she
had no idea.
It's a good kind of weird, and so. About 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, she's like, I could come and I could sell maybe some brownies or cookies or whatever. So we decided, it'd be a good entrepreneurial thing. So obviously she bakes, and so she made cookies and brownies, and she brought them to the various shows. She started running the CoCoFest, and so she's gonna be back. And she went to VCF last weekend, but we weren't sure how many people were gonna come, and so she went. We normally count how successful a show is on how many pans of brownies that she makes for the show. So CoCoFest traditionally is like a 4-pan show, and so and VCF was like a 5.5-pan show. So she went a pan down because we're like, I don't know what the deal is, and so she went a pan down. And Steve's right, she was sold out by mid-afternoon on Saturday.
Yeah.
And so she's like, I'm sorry, but I don't have any more food. And we joked about us driving back. It's only like 3 hours back to where we live from Chicago. I said, I can drive you back home so you can make up a set of brownies, or maybe there's maybe somebody, we can borrow somebody's oven to make a few more. And she was like, yeah, I don't think so. But I told her that, it's coming up here, and she's excited about coming. She always is interested in pre-orders. So she's typically doing chocolate chip cookies and brownies. So if folks are, obviously, if you want to make sure you get your sugar fix while you're at the show, you should definitely drop her a line. And she actually has an email address. I think it's like cookielady@jbrain.com. So if you gotta have it, then make sure you let her know, and she'll make sure and save your number of brownies or cookies aside before she gets there.
She did practice good COVID safety precautions as well, where
yes,
gloves on her hands,
gloves,
the cookies
and plastic.
were plastic wrapped, individually wrapped, and everything else too. So it was being prepared with all due diligence and consideration, which was very nice.
But the cookie lady will be back.
Okay.
Does she take credit cards?
She can take credit cards, yes.
Okay, good to know.
Has anybody gotten the Tandy assembly link for us to post in a live chat yet? We're holding off on that. Anyone?
I posted it a half hour ago. So
trash talk. But yeah, Tandy assembly is another event. But okay, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I posted it about a half hour ago.
Okay,
I'll post it again here.
www.trsadtrashtalk.com is there. And when is the date for Tandy assembly? That's in October, right?
Right. It's the first and let me make sure I got it right here. So I
think it's first and second.
It's the first, second, and third. It's a 3-day show. So they've got
2 weeks from today.
2 weeks. They've got tech talks on Friday, and then the regular show on Saturday, or the exhibits and whatnot on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
I just posted the link to the actual YouTube channel, which is where the live stream will happen.
Thank you, Curtis.
So if you want to catch it live, there you go.
Right. And just so you guys know, Trash Talk is typically a podcast, and it is not usually live or interactive. So when they do these live streams, it is a nice change of pace, and it's your chance to interact with the Trash Talkers. Speaking of which, is Randy Kindig on the Trash Talkers at all? I don't think he is. I saw Randy. Now he's more on the he does his own floppy days, but I was trying to remember if Randy Kindig was part of the Trash Talkers or not.
Not usually that I remember.
Join. He might join the call, but I don't think he's a principal.
Yeah, we saw Randy Kindig at VCF Midwest, who runs Floppy Days, probably one of the longest running retro podcasts out there. And Randy has expressed an interest to come on to CoCoTALK, so we'd like to get Randy on here at some point.
He's primarily an Atari guy, if I remember right.
Yeah,
but he does cover everything. He covers everything.
I was say he kind of because I remember doing a segment with him a couple months ago on floppy days around the little pocket computers for the Tandy.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know he was walking through all the 80s machines, like every time he had a show, it would be another 80s machine. So I think he's He's trying to be more all-encompassing. He's a fun guy to have on the show because he knows, how to be engaged in the conversation and show. So that's awesome.
Yes.
Unlike some of you.
Right. Exactly. Oh. And speaking of events coming up, not only is there CoCoFest, but there's also Tandy Assembly 2021, and the dates listed here are October 1st through 3rd. And you can find out about this by going to tandyassembly.com.
That's a good crossover with the Trash Talkers being on because it covers all Tandy computers, not just the CoCo.
Right. So TRS-80, the Z80 line, color computers, the Tandy 1000, IBM PC compatible line, pocket computers, you name it. If it was made by Tandy or Radio Shack, it will be there. Now, if only they had Tandy Assembly in SepTandy, that would have been the best month of the year to have it. But of course, with COVID, you got to do things when you can. So, good stuff, good times. All right, have we talked enough? 4 hours? I know it's a short show. Short show. We ready to put
just a reminder, 6 p.m. Eastern, the Amigos will be doing their International Computer Club, which 3 of us on the panel are going to be on. And then at 7 o'clock, of course, the Trash Talk live show as well. So it's a busy night for live shows.
I think to save time, if you just want to show my YouTube video, it's pre-recorded. It covers like 4 major points on what the CoCoPi project can do. And I think that's going to be the quickest way to do it without wasting too much airtime. And that way they can selectively run that whenever they want. I don't
know if you saw the text from Aaron, but he actually said he'll put you on first.
Okay. All right.
So you can run your...
Yeah, you can still play it and then just answer questions.
You can play your thing and chat about it. Do a voiceover.
All right. Very cool. So there's lots going on tonight, and lots going on in the next couple months with events. All right. Thank you, Jim Brain, for coming here. Thank you for your leadership this year with Glenside and Grant Leighty. You're going to make a fine vice president. You're the second best choice to abstain that I can think of right now. So not bad. And Mark Overholzer, thank you for putting links in the live chat. Ken, our Canadian Retro Things guy, thank you for now helming the ship of the Game On Challenge results. Curtis Boyle, thanks for sparing us on news this week and not giving us a 6-hour news marathon.
God, wait till next.
Ron Delvaux, I love you, Ron. You're an awesome dude. You're an amazing guy. Mark Bosley, thanks for streaming last week. Mark's going to be at CoCoFest. So all of the broadcasters of CoCoTALK are going to be at CoCoFest. It's a good problem to have. Yeah, there's his reservations, right?
I am reserved.
So he's flying first class too. See, when you get on a successful talk show like ours, you can afford to fly first class. So that's Mark. That's how Mark B rolls, and he'll be there. So we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna stream or how we're gonna stream. But that is secondary to being at the show in person. Matter of fact, we should just have everybody plan on just being at the show. Don't even watch it. Just make your reservations. Get out there, and let's do it.
If we can, we will.
That's right. And Canadians too, please come. Who do I need to talk to? Get Ron Delvaux on the phone with whoever I got to talk to in Canada.
Well, they can fly down to Mexico and then come in that way.
Hey.
Rick Uland, I'm going to be reaching out to you for some joysticks. I want some shiny, clean, new Black Beauty Deluxe doohickeys. And Alan Murphy, thank you. Nick Marentes, crikey, and David Ladd, you've had so much to say today. Cannot thank you enough.
Are you sure? Are you
well,
positive?
I'm just thinking, would you mind doing a body cast so we can get a bronze life-size statue of you and everybody can touch the David?
No.
Is that kind of like greasing the weasel, or what is it?
Greasing the weasel, right? So.
You're missing an opportunity here. You just need to cast him in bronze.
Cast him in bronze. Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, they're gonna freeze you in carbonate. All right, so I'm gonna have David Ladd up on the wall like Han Solo. All right, so.
There we go.
All right, we're gonna put a fork in this one. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna play the outro and we're gonna put a fork in this puppy here. Cue outro. This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTalk.live. CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, Grant Leighty, James Diffendaffer, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Uland, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever, people!
I'll mute my mic so I don't get any extra noise.
Okay, hi. I'm Glenn Hewlett, probably known for doing my Pac-Man transcode, and I just finished porting Williams Joust to the CoCo 3. So I'm going to be on CoCoTalk on September 18th. So if you want to see me, get on the show.
Thank you, Curtis, for rounding up all these great interviews.
Yes. So just a reminder, next week, September 25th, Glenn Hewlett, who did the Pac-Man transcode, who's currently done the Joust transcode and has other things in the works, will be here live. And the game of the week this week is Joust for the CoCo 3. So play Joust, get your screenshots in there. And then if you have questions for Glenn Hewlett himself, then he'll be here to talk about that. Any other final thoughts? We have the Amigos tonight at 6 p.m., their international computer meeting. We have the Trash Talkers at 7 p.m. What else am I missing? That's enough for one day, right?
That's enough for one day.
Enough for one day. All right, guys. Thank you all for being here. We're going to say goodbye, everybody. We're pressing the button.
Goodbye.
Bye.